Last table.
Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to all the dignitaries, participants, and students who have gathered here today for the two-day international seminar on human touch in the digital age, Re-humanizing Library and Information Services. This seminar is organized by Department of Library and Information Science, Jadavpur University, with financial assistance from Indian Council of Social Science Research. We are about to start our inaugural program. To begin with, may I invite our honorable dignitaries onto the dais. We are fortunate to have with us Professor Amitava Dotto, Pro Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University, as our esteemed inaugurator of the seminar. I invite Sir to kindly come onto the dais and take his seat. We are honored to have with us Professor Prabhakar Roth, Pro Vice Chancellor, Mizoram University, as the chief guest of our seminar. We are privileged to have with us our guest of honor, Professor Sudip Sundar Das, Dean, Faculty Council of Arts, Jadavpur University. I request sir to please come onto the dais. I am pleased to invite Dr. Soumitra Sarkar, University Librarian, University of Calcutta, who has graciously consented to be our keynote speaker. I would now like to welcome Professor Udayan Bhattacharya, Head, Department of Library and Information Science, and Organizing Secretary of this seminar. I would like to invite Dr. Subarna Kumar Das, Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, Jadavpur University, and the Director of this seminar. May I now request Dr. Sunil Kumar Chatterjee, Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, Jadavpur University, to come to the dais and take it. I now request all the dignitaries to please step forward for the lighting of the lamp ceremony.
Sir, come. Please come. Sanjay sir, Shukla sir, please come. Madam.
Now I request our volunteers to please felicitate Professor Amitav Datta. I request to felicitate Professor Prabhakar Roth. I request to felicitate Professor Sudip Sundar Das. I request to felicitate Dr. Soumitra Sarkar. Now I request to felicitate Professor Udaya Bhattacharya. Professor Shubhana Kumar Das. I request to felicitate Professor Sunil Kumar Chatterjee. Now I would like to invite Professor Udan Bhattacharya to deliver the welcome address.
Namaskar. Good morning. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to this seminar on library and information science. We are honored to have experts and enthusiasts gathered here to share their ideas and insights and experiences. Respected Professor Chancellor Sir Professor Amitabh Datta of Jadavpur University, respected Professor Prabhakar Rock, Professor Chancellor, Mizoram University, Professor Sumit Sundar Das, Dean Faculty Council of Arts, Jadavpur University, Dr. Soumitra Sarkar, University Librarian, University of Calcutta, my colleagues, Professor Sunil Kumar Chatterjee and Professor Shubhana Kumar Das. Actually, Professor Amitabh Datta, our respected Professor Chancellor, he is a recipient from the Power Engineering Department of our university. He is an esteemed scholar professor of our university and recipient of Alexander Hall Humboldt Award, and also he is recipient of various awards from the UGC Engineering ICT program. And under his able leadership, Jadavpur University, when he was the chairman of or director of the IQAC University, scaled a huge height. So its entire credit goes to Professor Datta. Apart from this academic excellence, he is a personality, fantastic personality, very friendly personality. Whenever he approached for any help, with a smiling face, he always offered his cooperation, and we have a very good cordial relation with our department. So I am especially thankful to Professor Datta for accepting our invitation. Professor Prabhakar Rock is the senior most professor of LIS domain in India, and he is very good friend of our department also. Whenever we approached him for any kind of help, he always entertained us, and I am especially thankful to Professor Prabhakar Rock for accepting our invitation to this occasion. Professor Sudip Sundar Das, basically he is from the Physical Education Department of our university. Sudipta, we are used to call Sudipta. He is a fantastic person and shouldering huge responsibility in various activities of our university. Our students saw his active participation while we are conducting in 24th of December every year our annual convocation to be hosted in this open air theatre. he is always marching over the stage and background and panel to monitor all these. So a big clap to Professor Shubham Das has holding this clap responsibility. Professor Shobhitra Sarkar, senior most librarian of India. Under his leadership, University of Calcutta scaled a huge height, and he is one of the finest librarians. It is my personal observation, and I think all the professionals of this library and information science hold the same opinion that he is the finest librarian in India. I am very much pleased that Shobhitra accepted our invitation to sit over this dais. And our friends, colleagues from all over India are here. They have accepted our invitation. Professor Ravi, Professor Sanjay Kumar Singh, Professor Dhanush Koti, Professor Bansore, Josna Madam, Deepen is there, Professor Shukla is there, Shudit is there, Professor Partha Shanti Mukherjee is there. So I am also grateful to them for accepting our invitation. Coming to the topic of this seminar, this time after a huge brainstorming, we have selected Human Touch in Digital Age, Re-humanizing Library and Information Services. You know that library is a changing entity, and due to the advancement of information technology, library is changing, it will go on changing. So we have to accept this technological advancement to incorporate in the life services of the library. But it is our personal observation, our feeling is that humanization is essential. Without the human, as it is a social organization, so human intervention is essential to cater the needs of the users. Users are changing, libraries is changing, but and we have to incorporate all the technologies. Yet we have to accommodate humanization, human touch for the benefit of the users. Today and tomorrow, we have received 79 papers. All will be discussed in two sessions. I think it is six sessions, isn't it? 6 sessions are there, technical sessions are there, will be discussed, and our esteemed resource person will deliver their opinion regarding this. So, it is my just I am inviting you to enjoy the entire session of the conference, and I should mention the contribution of our scholars and students to make this conference a seminar a grand success. Without their help, without their they have spent so many sleepless nights to make this seminar a success. So I should mention the names of few of names of our scholars and students. Dr. Shantashri Bose is the main anchor of this program. She has taken the lead role, and Shubham is there. Shubham Das, where is Shubham? Shubham is there. He also taken a huge task and spent so many sleepless nights. Devalina is there, and Rupali, Sritama, Onurima, Nilanjana, they have also taken this charge. So big clap to them. It is I think whatever the achievement of this seminar entirely goes to them, and any failure, any loopholes in our seminar, I am as a organizing secretary taking the whole responsibility. So I would like to extend my gratitude to all our respected speakers and participants for being part of this seminar. Your contribution will make this seminar a grand success. So namaskar again. Thank you. Enjoy the seminar.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. May I now request our esteemed seminar inaugurator, Professor Amitabh Datta, to give his inaugural speech.
Very good morning to all of you. Respected Professor Rock, Chief Guest of this seminar, Professor Sudip Sundar Das, Dean Faculty of Arts, Dr. Sarkar, my colleagues from the Department of Library and Information Science, Professor Udayan Bhattacharya, Professor Suborna Das, Professor Sunil Chatterjee, and the dignitaries from various institutes across the country who have assembled here on the occasion of this seminar, research scholars, students, and other participants. I really feel privileged and very happy to be able to inaugurate this important seminar to be organized by the Department of Library and Information Science. This is an apt subject in today's context that they have chosen after a lot of brainstorming, as Professor Udan Bhattacharya has said. Human touch is essential for conducting and carrying out the works of the library in the present day digital world and the world of AI. Digitization is essential, we know, and artificial intelligence is coming in big way in every sector, including the library and information science sector. And to accept that information science has been inducted along with library, not only in practice but also in studies, and the Department of Library Science has then been converted to Department of Library and Information Science. In our universities, our university is one of the earliest pathfinder in that direction, who have inducted information science along in the study of library science. It is essential, and with the help of information science, we are now being able to take the library to a higher level. But what we are missing now is the human touch. In earlier times, when we were young, we used to see libraries in every paras. In small, there were small libraries and reading rooms where people used to assemble in the evening. They used to read books, newspapers, articles, magazines, and along with that, they used to discuss among them. And that used to generate peer interaction among the people and a societal, closeness, which was very, one of the great thing of that time. But now what we are seeing now that probably we are missing that. And this type of session, discussion, interaction is essential to find out ways how we can bring back that human touch. Because as Udan Babu has said, that library is a place which has a great societal value, and therefore in order to take it forward, it is required to have human touch, human interaction in the action of the library. I am sure that the experts who have assembled here from different parts will deliberate their expertise and their knowledge in the area to find out ways how we can bring back this human touch in the present day of digital world, and we can make library more and more useful, and we can have more footfall in the different library, be it in an academic institution or in a place in our society. I'm sure that all the participants will go back with important information and will continue deliberating on the subject so that we can make the library an useful and important part of our daily life. Thank you very much. Enjoy the 2 days that we have here.
Thank you, sir. Now I will take the opportunity to request Professor Amitabh Gupta to inaugurate the seminar proceedings.
It consists of 750 pages almost.
I request Professor Prabhakar Roth to inaugurate the souvenir of the seminar. our chief guest, Professor Prabhakar Roth, to deliver his speech.
Esteemed Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Jadavpur, Professor Sudip Sundar Das, Faculty of Arts, Dr. Sarkar, University Librarian of Calcutta University, Professor Udayan, the Director, Organizing Secretary, Head of the Department, Head of Library Science, Jadavpur University, Professor Das, and professors. Well, good. It's so nice to be here this morning. I'm not a newcomer, a frequent visitor to this department and the university, doing extremely well and creating such a forum, a national and international forum, where hundreds of people join together and discuss a very relevant, appropriate, and contemporary topic. Well, all of us are library professionals. We may add one more, library and information professionals. Libraries, library services have been given a human touch. A traditional library or technology-based library. And one more step is advanced technology. When we talk about library services in its traditional way, Ranganathan's 5 laws of library science is very appropriate, reader-centric, user-centric, whatever we call it, humanization of library services. But today, this topic is rehumanization, something beyond humanization. Therefore, the technology is coming to picture. Therefore, we are talking about all these advanced technology, including artificial intelligence. So, when I say rehumanization, it is a cooperative approach between the human mind, human brain, and the intelligent machines. What is that artificial intelligence? The human intelligence is replaced by intelligent technology, intelligent machines. Lately, now in India and in the global context, that the artificial intelligence, every forum, every seminar, conference, everywhere we are talking about artificial intelligence and how these tools and techniques are applied in the libraries and information centers to enhance the services. There was a time in the communication technology or internet technology, we are talking about 3G, 4G, 5G, and today we are talking about fifth industrial revolution, 5IR, which is a post-industrial society. And for 80s and 90s, we talked about information society, and today we are talking about knowledge society. This is a technology-driven society, where the technology is the major driving force behind this society, in which all library and information professionals will have a specific role. In many international forums, we are talking about next generation libraries, future of libraries, and libraries without walls. What does it mean? That what type of libraries that going to take shape in the coming days of 21st century, in which the blended approach of both traditional and technology are going to be combined, and the quality of services going to be much enhanced. When the topic says that rehumanization of library information services, the main objective of rehumanization is how can we make library services user-centric, customer-centric, reader-centric with the help of this technology. All of us are witnessing and part of this system and the practice that libraries have taken a sea change, a great revolution of the libraries. Every day we face a new challenge. Whenever new technology comes, transformation of libraries, and for all these, the users, the community is more important. Therefore, the users' engagement, community engagement in enhancing the library services with the help of sophisticated technology, intelligent technology, to make it more qualitative, more accessible. Access is the buzzword. We have 7-story building of library. We have 7 lakh, 10 lakh collections. We are proud of that. But what is the use if all these collections are not accessible? Therefore, in the present context of technology advancement, we are discussing, not only discussing, practicing that how those collections can reach our users using whatever networking, digitization, AI, social media tools, whatever is there, all these have been experimented and applied in the libraries to make the library services more user-centric, reader-centric. That is why in today's context, this seminar topic, conference topic, assumes a great importance. You are fortunate students, scholars, delegates, invited guests. It's such a good forum to discuss in detail, which will have a great impact on all these stakeholders, that how new type of technology, new experiences, new case studies are in operation, and how these libraries are providing innovative, dynamic, and interactive services. It's such a great conference organized by Professor Udayan. 79 papers and few papers are rejected. 750 pages conference volume. Around 100 people giving an opportunity to present their papers, ideas, experiences, expertise. Such a forum is going to have a great impact on all of us. We are students, scholars, faculty members, researchers. If we need our profession of library and information science need to be having a great challenge in the coming days with 3 category of educators, practitioners, and researchers come together and think of what is going to be our future. Technocrats always say, what is the need of library? If there is Google, what is the need of libraries and librarians? But those people should know, everybody should know, 1,90,000 full-time workforce work behind Google. Who are they? They are data scientists, information intermediaries, metadata specialists. Few of them are information science specialists. In Indian context, the internet penetration has considerably increased after pandemic, more than 55%. And every family, if a family has 3 members family, the mobile phones are 100% access to mobiles. We all in academic institutions extensively we use high-speed internet through National Knowledge Network. there is one nation, one subscription. So much of developments that have taken place. That is why it is this topic, this theme, this title of the seminar, Re-humanizing Library and Information Services, is very much matching to library and information profession, in which all of us have a great role and great challenges ahead. With these words, thank you, Professor Udayan. You have not only tried to come together and bring such a great thinkers, presenters to this particular forum, and Jadavpur is known, Jadavpur Department of Library Science is known for the last more than 50, 60, 70 years of contributing in net to the library profession of India. I again thanks Professor Udayan and his colleagues for organizing such a wonderful event. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful speech. May I now request our guest of honor, Professor Sudip Sundar Das, to deliver his speech.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, our honorable Professor Professor Jadavpur and dignitaries of the dais and of the dais, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Faculty Council of Arts, Jadavpur University, and on my personal behalf, I welcome you all in this prestigious international seminar 2025 organized by the Department of Library and Information Science, Jadavpur University. There is a greater consciousness today of the links and interdependence of two topics: scientific research, which leads to better understanding and knowledge of library and information science. If we are not to protect our fragile humanity, but also to ensure it is safe and healthy for present and future generations. We are truly delighted to see such a diverse group of the scholars, researchers, speakers, and the professionals from across the globe. I can feel the vibration in this room, and it's truly exciting. We are gathered here not to simply listen or learn, but to lead, but to challenge the limit, challenge the height, and to shape the leadership looks like in today's world. We gathered here as a community devoted to the pursuit of knowledge, critical thinking, and academic advancement across borders and disciplines. We are gathered here for the International Seminar 2025, an event dedicated to exploring human touch in digital ages, rehumanizing library and information services. One thing, it is hard to think us, human touch is essential in the library science. Not only that, it is essential for throughout our lifelong process. Rehumanizing library and information services. This theme is particularly significant in our current global landscape, where international collaboration and exchange of ideas are more crucial than ever for navigation complex challenges and driving innovation. One small thing I can share with the students and the researchers. At our time, when I was a student in the research scholar in a particular university, that time for consultation with the literature, review of the related literature, I had to go here and there. and had to communicate with the librarian for the particular institute and had to communicate with the librarian to see the particular journal or thesis like this. Had to consult with this thing all over day. I was used to consult with this literature and had to summarize this thing and write on the review card and had to consult with the supervisor sometimes and from there had to summarize this thing, put into the thesis and all this thing. But days have changed now. And when I was a student of that particular university, after being a teacher, I went there and said, librarian, sir, I want to see the particular journal in the sports field, the research quarterly. I want to see, and I know at that university from the year of 60s, all journals are there, were there at my time, but this present day librarian told me it is unable to show you because it is not with us. I don't know exactly what is the cause behind this, but I think this has need a human touch to satisfy the reader and all these things. Anyway, rehumanization of library and information services is a paradigm shift that refocuses library services from a predominantly technology-driven and process-oriented model to one that is profoundly people-centered. It seeks to restore the human element like empathy, individuality, connections, and social value to the core of the profession in response to the growing automation and digitization of services. If it is often viewed as a form of humanized service applied to libraries, ensuring that the services, spaces, and professional practices prioritize the holistic needs and experiences of the individual user and the wider community. Anyway, I am not the right person to discuss all the things. Over these 2 days, the seminar aims to serve as a dynamic platform for learning, innovation, and collaboration. We are fortunate to have with us the remarkable lineup of speakers and experts who bring invaluable expertise from the diverse perspectives. From the academic depth, they will undoubtedly enrich this discussion in a height. Before ending, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and thanks to the organizing department, that is nothing but the Department of Library and Information Science, Jadavpur University. Their tireless efforts have made this event possible, and we are truly appreciate their commitment. Really, we have spent a best of our time with you. Let's make the most of this unique opportunity to expand our collective knowledge. Without further lengthy, I want to conclude with these few words, wishing you all inspiring, productive, and memorable seminar in the Jadavpur University organized by this department. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. Now I request our keynote speaker, Dr. Soumitra Sarkar, to give his keynote address.
Sorry, we have to leave because we have the executive council meeting today. Please carry on.
Good morning, everybody. Professor Jadavpur Datto, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University. Professor Sundar Das, Dean Faculty of Arts, Jadavpur University. Professor Prabhakar Rock, a distinguished academician and Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Mizoram University, the head of the department, Department of Library and Information Science, Professor Udayan Bhattacharya, Professor Sumil Kumar Chatterjee, and Professor Subarna Das, distinguished speakers who have come from all over India to deliver their address and to enlighten all of us, members of the faculty, distinguished participants, and my dear students. It is a matter of great pleasure for me to have the opportunity to deliver the keynote address of this international seminar here today. I served this esteemed university as a librarian in the year 2001 for a very brief period. Though I served this university for a very brief period, I think around 3 months, I have many fond memories about the University Library of Jadavpur University. Distinguished participants, I have had the opportunity of serving other universities and institutes other than Jadavpur. I have been working as the university librarian of Calcutta University for nearly 25 years. So, from the practical experience that I have gathered during my long journey as a university librarian, I can say that the topic of the two-day seminar is very appropriate and very useful and need of the hour. Distinguished participants, the main problem of today is the information, that is available all over is so huge that it is very difficult for the libraries to manage and the users as well to use those resources in an effective manner. What is to be used and what does not is a matter of great concern for the users as well as for us, those who run the library. In this connection, kindly allow me to speak a few words about the library where I have been working for the past 25 years as a university librarian. That is the Calcutta University Library. As you all know, that the University of Calcutta is the first university of the country. It was established in the year 1857 on 24th January. And the university library was also set up immediately after that, and it started functioning from 1861. So, quite natural that the university library should possess a huge amount of books, journals and other things. At present, we have around 10 lakh books, 2 lakh bound journals, 15,000 PhD theses, and of course, a huge electronic resources that we have subscribed, that we have purchased, and at the same time, very old university publications, university journals of yesteryears, university minutes, syndicates, and very useful resources. So at the beginning we thought that because of our difficulties in organizing those resources in a friendly manner, in an organized manner, users are not in a position to use the resources, the huge resources that we have. So gradually we started digitizing all our resources. We have our library website, culibrary.ac.in, where you will find that whatever resources we have been able to make it available online. Our online catalog will tell what are the documents that we have in our libraries. In this connection, I would like to mention that the University of Calcutta Library, we have library system. In the system, we have the central library. We have 5 campus libraries and more than 40 departmental libraries spread all over the city of Kolkata. We have books dating from 1561. We have digitized them. We have made replicas of those books, and these are easily accessible, and one can read it from the library website from any parts of the globe. Now, we have digitized all the PhD theses that we have in our possession right from 1960 onwards, because it was not mandatory before that to submit or to deposit a copy of the PhD thesis to the university. That's why whatever thesis we have in our possession in the library date back to 1960 onwards. And we have digitized all the PhD thesis, and it is accessible not only in Sodhganga platform but also in our university library website. We have digitized all the important records, from which all the education reports and the very important Senate and syndicate reports starting from 1857 onwards. The old books of yesteryears, very renowned teachers of those days, because Calcutta University Press published nearly 2000 books right from 1890 to 1950. So we have digitized all those books. As I said, that we have purchased a lot of e-books, we have subscribed to a lot of e-resources, and we have made it available to all our researchers, to all our students, to all our faculty members. But the thing that I want to say here is that though everything is there, the number of users, actually the physical users, are decreasing day by day. We have campus library, we have departmental libraries, but still students are not coming to the library. We thought that as because they are getting everything from their respective presses, that's why maybe one of the reasons, because students can access it from the hostels, from their residence, from any part, and others can also. But the main issue is that the number of physical presence of students are decreasing day by day. Now we talk about the digital resources, as Prabhakar sir very rightly said that we have enough digital resources, but we have to see whether these resources are used in an appropriate manner or not. So you can well imagine the state of the libraries in present day. Now People are saying, we have Google with us, we have smartphone, we don't need any library, we can read whatever we want. So there is a notion, there is an idea that a phone or a laptop can solve or can meet all the requirements of the users. In this connection, I would like to mention one thing, sir, as because you all are professionals, you all know that, as Prabhakar has mentioned, that ONUS, One Nation, One Subscription. The Government of India has recently introduced this from 25, in the year 25, and nearly 11,000, between 11,000 and 13,000 academic journals are now available here. Anybody can access it. I mean, the students and scholars, teachers, not only from the campuses but also from their residents as well. So, huge resources. You know, the 30 publishers, nearly 13 to 14,000 journals, academic journals, all important journals. It was not possible for the universities to subscribe to all the journals that are available under this program of UGC. So this is a 3-year program. The Government of India has allocated a fund of around 6,000 crores for 3 years, 25, 26 and 27. Why I mention this? Because from the usage statistics of owners, it is available. You can look it there at the owners platform, owners usage dashboard. And the thing is that out of 1,110 universities and institutes, government institutes and government aided universities and institutes, only 500 universities are actually using it, and other 500 universities, the figure is this, that from January 2005 to October 2005, nearly 500 universities have downloaded less than 1,000 articles. Just imagine, less than 1,000 articles in 8 months. At the same time, IITs, some IITs are there. From the usage, we find that some IITs have downloaded more than 30 lakhs. 30 lakhs articles they have downloaded during this period. Some central university and some state universities are using it in a higher way. I am happy to mention that in our state, Jadavpur again tops the list, and next Calcutta. So Jadavpur University is the highest usage of owners as on date. I am mentioning all this because you see the digital resources are also not used the way, because it is free, anybody can access it, anybody can use it from any part of the world. Anyway, I am now restricting without much ado, because Professor Udan has told me to restrict within half an hour. So I have already crossed, I think, 10 to 15 minutes. So I am coming straight to the subject, and I hope that I will be able to place before you my observations within another 15 minutes. Distinguished participants, we are living in an age of information overload. The challenge is to understand what information has value and what does not. Even after abundant use of different digitalization methods in the present times, libraries are not being used as per our expectations. The numbers of persons that use the libraries are decreasing. In my opinion, this stems from lesser human touch. I would therefore advocate for the need to incorporate greater human touch within library spaces. In today's digital age, libraries have transformed dramatically. Increasingly, collections and services are offered online, and many routine tasks are automated. While libraries provide speed and efficiency, they often lack emotional intelligence, empathy, and ability to handle complex user issues effectively. In India and worldwide, this led to debates about whether technology is supplanting the librarian's traditional role. Yet, academic librarianship and public libraries have long been about human connection, teaching, monitoring, mentoring, and building community. Goals not easily replaced by bits and algorithms. My observations from the perspective of a practicing university librarian examines first the forces in modern library information services that have marginalized the human element, strategies to reintroduce human warmth and personal service in a tech-driven area, examples of re-humanizing initiatives in various countries, and why preserving the human touch in libraries remain essential. It focuses mainly on Indian public and academic libraries, though it draws on global developments and theory. Several major factors have made the human touch in libraries seem increasingly indispensable. First, the technology-driven services and automation have transformed basic tasks. Many Indian libraries now offer online catalogs, self-checkout kiosks, barcoded RFID boarding, and remote access to e-journals and e-books. Government initiatives like the National Digital Library of India and e-resources consortia, NDL India, eSource Sindhu, Enlist, aggregate vast information on digital platforms. Users can search and retrieve information 24/7 without ever contacting a librarian. For example, the NDLI project provides a single window repository of millions of educational resources, effectively making any device a library. In such an environment, traditional reference questions that once required walking up to a desk may now be answered by a simple online search or automated Ask a Librarian chat. Second, shifts in user behavior and expectations have transformed the move away from in-person help. Surveys of library users show that convenience often wins out. One study found over 75% of students prefer automated library services like digital catalogs or self-checkout because these save time. Similarly, libraries all over the world report that a large majority of patrons will use computerized services or email reference rather than wait in line at a desk. In effect, as D.L. Hellman, Director of Science and Engineering Library Services, University of Wisconsin-Madison observed, most modern libraries have placed collections online but have only just begun to plan services that provide similar real-time assistance as in-person librarians. Those services that do exist may handle routine queries efficiently, but by design they remove face-to-face contact. Third, artificial intelligence and smart technologies are increasingly touted as replacements for human roles. Indian libraries have started experimenting with artificial intelligence. A recent survey of Indian LIS professional notes they are generally aware of AI and its potential benefits and believe AI can enhance library activities, improve accessibility, and support decision making. Yet, the same librarians express concerns about AI replacing human intelligence within libraries. This reflects a tension. While technology can speed up work, it also risks sidelining human judgment. As one commentator asked, can the digital library truly replace human interaction, or is there a need to strike a balance between automation and human touch? Finally, institutional factors in India have amplified the digital emphasis at the expense of personnel. Public libraries in India face chronic understaffing. In a 2025 article by J. Sharma titled "Public Libraries in the Digital Age: An Indian's Perspective" reports there are chronic shortages of professionally trained librarians, especially in rural and underserved regions. With few staff available, smaller libraries often lean on limited digital subscriptions or shared databases rather than robust face-to-face services. Budget constraints play a role too. Indian public libraries receive very little funding for e-resources. Ironically, this means government libraries fall behind privately managed ones in digital offerings. But conversely, it also often means a decline in any services beyond basic lending. Thus, in many parts of India, people have come to rely on remote access and automated systems because librarians simply are not available at every desk. In some, technological platforms and service models have proliferated, but the human professionals who can mediate, interpret, and connect with users have not kept pace. Recognizing these trends, libraries worldwide, including in India, are exploring ways to rehumanize their services. A key strategy is to adapt hybrid service models that blend digital convenience with personal assistance. For example, libraries can offer both online help and face-to-face reference. Patrons might reserve consultation appointments with a librarian or attend virtual help sessions via video chat that still involve a real person. Many libraries now advertise chat with the librarian windows on their websites. A step up from boards, since a human on the other end can handle complex queries. At the same time, libraries are designing more personalized experiences. Subject specialist librarians curate tailored reading lists and research guides, host drop-in workshops on data skills or media literacy, and conduct library orientations that underscore interaction. Though these efforts remind users that librarians are not just search engines behind screens, but partners in learning. Another approach is to revive community-focused programming. Public libraries worldwide are hosting author talks, children's story hours, book clubs, field screenings, and makerspace sessions. Such in-person events physically bring people together in the library as a third place beyond home or work. In India, some initiatives have blended digital and human elements. For example, libraries run computer literacy classes or COVID era coaching on using online resources led by librarians, some of whom also serve as digital literacy trainers in villages. Storytelling and oral history projects common in Rajasthan and Tamil Nadu similarly place people in the library exchanging stories, thus humanizing the spaces. Librarians are becoming connectors to needed social services, advocates for undeserved patrons, and even formal counselors. As one expert put it, libraries must prioritize human-centered design, ensuring technology supplements rather than replaces human expertise. Training programs are thus emphasizing communication, cultural competence, and reflective practice. For instance, library school curricula and workshops now include modules on user empathy, dealing with diverse populations, and facilitating community conversations. This strengthens the human capital of libraries, preparing staff to re-engage patrons on a personal level. Re-humanizing initiatives around the world, worldwide libraries are actively reinventing themselves as spaces for human connection. And in Europe, for instance, newly built central libraries explicitly combine state-of-the-art architecture with communal amenities. The British Daily, The Guardian reports on Ghent's Deep Loop and Helsinki's Udi libraries as meeting places for our minds, designed as living rooms for the modern city. At Deep Loop in Belgium, a staff member explains, this is more than a library, it's also a place to learn, connect, develop and collaborate or just to be. Similarly, Helsinki's Uri Library boasts music studios, a cinema and an art loft, and staff say it aims to welcome everyone, families with babies, students, homeless people, all fit. These examples show a deliberate focus on inclusivity and in-person experience even with ultra-modern facilities. In the United States, many public libraries have taken on third-place roles for far beyond books. By changing policies, these libraries have made themselves welcoming to dialogue and group activities. In doing so, they leverage their human staff and community ties as much as their collections. Another notable trend is the human library movement, originally from Denmark, where people borrow others as living books to foster dialogue and break down prejudices. This concept, introduced in the early 2000s, has spread worldwide, including in India. For example, Bengaluru and Hyderabad have hosted events where participants engage in one-on-one conversations with diverse groups, such as people from marginalized groups, effectively humanizing the library experiences. Such events explicitly reinforce that the deepest stories are told by people, not pixels. Collectively, these events show a shared recognition. Digital tools can reach more people, but only humans can create empathy, solidarity, and a sense of belonging. Even international bodies like IFLA emphasize that in the AI era, emotional intelligence matters in libraries. IFLA leaders note that over-reliance on automation risks eroding empathy and critical interpretation, and urge libraries to train staff to act as ethical mediators and cultural stewards. The message from across continents is clear. Reconnect the technology to humanity by making libraries sociable, accessible, and driven by people's needs. Given these efforts, how necessary is to bring back the human touch? The answer is crucial. First, many aspects of librarianship are inherently human. Librarians teach information and digital literacy, and those lessons are most effective in dialogue. When a student struggles with complex research, the guidance of a knowledgeable librarian who can ask probing questions, read body language, and encourage creativity is far beyond what a website or algorithm provides. Phillips, in the year 2017, emphasizes that librarians are social and emotional roles. For example, helping anxious first-generation college students find confidence, or guiding a parent to child-friendly resource in person. These soft skills, empathy, patience, cultural sensitivity can only be delivered by people. The digital age presents both challenges and opportunities for library and information services. Technology can vastly expand access, but without the human element, it risks producing access without meaning. So the above observations show that major forces, automation, digital initiatives, and remote access have indeed made some aspects of library service seem impartial or even obsolete. However, it has also shown that librarianship is adapting by redesigning services, by fostering community engagement, and by emphasizing empathy and education. Libraries are deliberately rehumanizing themselves. In academic and public libraries, this means balancing schemes like NDLI and digital catalogs with renewed focus on staff and patrons. For example, a librarian in New Delhi might help a local reader navigate NDLI's millions of documents, translating the interface and content into the regional language. A rural librarian might use simple face-to-face training to help women use online resources. These human interventions ensure that technology serves people, not the other way around. As a university librarian, I have observed that students still cherish the guidance of a friendly librarian and the social ambience of a library reading room. This is not sentimental, it is practical. Human librarians help students become independent learners. Worldwide, libraries are providing that they can be both high-tech and high-touch. As the IFLA and literature art, the goal is not to reject technology, but to adapt it in ways that reinforce human values. In conclusion, rehumanizing library services in the digital age is both necessary and feasible by intentionally blending digital tools with empathetic service and community focus. Libraries can remain not just repositories of information but living centers of human connection in the digital era. I thank you all for your kind attention and bear me. Thank you very much. I hope this seminar will be a great success. Thank you, the Jadavpur University Department of Library and Information Science for giving me the opportunity to be in presence of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful address. Now I request Professor Subodh Kumar Das, Director of this seminar, to give the vote of thanks.
A very good morning to all. On behalf of organizing committee, I am glad to be standing here to express my vote of thanks. A special thanks to our inaugurator, our respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Amitabh Dotto, and our respected Chief Guest, Professor Rao, for accepting our invitation and for being here with us today and deliver their valuable speech in the inaugural session. We would also like to thank to Professor Sudhir Sundar Das for just the occasion as a special guest and also for his valuable speech and also for blessings to our department. We are thankful to all the invited speakers from various parts of our country, all the session chairpersons, all the teachers of LIC schools, our departmental guest faculty, research scholars, students, staff for joining this session. And on behalf of organizing committee, on behalf of myself, on behalf of our department, we are thankful to all of you. And special thanks to our especially our outstation resource persons, especially Professor Ravi, Professor Puruskar, Professor Sudhir, our Professor Aparanga Shukla, Professor Sanjay Kumar Singh, Professor Bansode, Professor Jasna Sahu, and also all the LIS teachers, head of the department, Vidyasagar University, Dr. Somen Mollik, Professor Porikit Mondol, University of Calcutta, Dr. Jiaur Rahman, University of Rabindranath University, Professor Partha Sarju Mukhopadhyay from University of Kollani, and I think Dr. Senapati and others guests in session, and also Deepen Deka from Guwahati University, and Nivedita Bhattacharya from Vidyasagar University, Tapan Barui from North Bengal University. So I would like to thank to all of you for joining this session for the grand success of the program. And last, our students and our departmental staff, research scholar for their participation in the inaugural program. We are also would like to thank and gratitude to all of you. And lastly, I am thanks to our organizing secretary, Professor Uday Bhattacharya. Special thanks to Professor Bhattacharya. Actually, under his leadership and his team, we have done a lot of 99 and 100% they have taken their efforts of the grand success of the program, and their efforts, their initiatives, their support all the time for long back ago. They have taken the initiatives for this program. I think we are thankful to you, and also I am thankful to our respected teacher, our senior teacher of our department, Professor Sunil Kumar Chatterjee. He is the conference advisor, and I think I am thankful to our respected teacher, my teacher, Professor Sunil Kumar Chatterjee, and others. And last, Dr. Sushanta Banerjee from Chief Librarian, West Bengal State University, is here, and my elder brother, Babu Sukradar. All of you know Babu Sukradar from National Digital Library Coordinator and Chief Librarian IIT, and others. And our Vice Chancellor, due to his busy schedule and his meeting, he cannot attend in the program. I think I am thankful to him also. And anytime he can join in the program. Thank you all. Our thanks to who I have already forgotten. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Soumitra Sarkar, for his excellent keynote speech in this session. Thank you, Dr. Sarkar.
Thank you, sir. We will now proceed to our next segment. I kindly ask the dignitaries to take their seat in the audience.
lack of concentration. Definitely one session actually closed and another session starts. It happens always. But anyway, let's come back to the track again. Re-humanizing digital library services. That is basically the theme. And first of all, I would like to congratulate the organizing committee for selecting such a thought-provoking topic for discussion. That is rehumanizing digital library services. On this particular backdrop, my talk today is intelligence expression in language. You know already human expression, and as a student of library information science, you all know about information expression. We possibly crossed that information explosion era and entering into a new era called intelligence explosion, where intelligence is abundant and available, in your fingertips. But before going into details of that part, I would like to remind all of you that most of the keynote speakers, keynote speaker along with the dignitaries on the dais actually talked about artificial intelligence in their speech, some point or other, everybody. And why so will be coming later. But before that, let me directly attack this particular thing. That rehumanizing, does it mean you are rejecting automation? There is a direct conflict between the automation, digitization, and rehumanizing. Is it? Is there any kind of conflict? My stand against this particular question is that the goal of this particular seminar is not to resist automation or digitization, but to shape it in such a way so that it can bring some human values there. That is my stand against this particular topic. Now, when you are saying it's rehumanizing, have we already dehumanized it? Just ask a question. Are you saying that you are rehumanizing library services? Does that mean you have already successfully dehumanized libraries or library services? Slightly. Let me give you one simple example of dehumanization. In a good old days, in the traditional libraries where book racks are available, you are going to the library stack and taking a book and coming to the stack, reception desk to issue that particular book. That part is missing. Nowadays, you search, most of the cases search is keyword-based searching. You are searching a particular term, and when you are searching on some topic of physics, and that particular system ensures that you are receiving the books on physics of that particular topic, not a book on economics. That's good, but at the same time, that is bad also. Why? The moment you are going to the library, you are searching some physics books, next track is economics, you are finding some book that is directly related to your, not directly, but peripherally related to your topic. So that casual browsing part is missing. We software developers, those who are closely engaged with the development of software and utilization of the software, we are very well aware about this fact that we are losing human touch in case of particularly retrieval or searching. So you see, software developers are also trying. I am showing you a particular OPAC. Here you see this particular OPAC, you all know Koha. So the moment I am searching, say for example, God, this is retrieving, but at the same time, we are also using different kind of cell browsing so that all the related books actually displayed before you through cell browsing, as well as the location of the book, where this particular book is available, on which floor, at which stack, and at the same time, it will search on behalf of you whether this book is available in open access full text anywhere in the world. It can display the book right in your OPAC. You can read it or through a book reader, or you can download the entire book from here. Even you can search within this particular book. So these are the some of the software developers are striking back to introduce the human touch inside searching and retrieving, alongside how we can help technical reading of a book. So that is also possible nowadays. the moment I'm saying that my computer, please read this book and give me the concept of important facets and topics and link them, the moment I click this one, the entire corpus of the book will be thrown to the back-end text analytics service, and it will say, around for this particular book, the most important concept of this statistically significant word, and at any point of time, I can switch to other visualization tools like bubble creation. So you immediately go through the corpus, identify the important, text, statistically significant terms, and create a visualization for it. The size of the bubble means that more significant it is. So this is one part. Can you please give me the water bottle? So this particular part is that we are trying to do. Another thing, you see the linking between the words. Linking between the words. The linking between the words. If I say link, so it will create the central focus for the term. You can always increase the context, and any of this term you can see that how this particular term God is related to other term or worship or other. Now nowadays when you are searching by God, so it gives some other impression, politically, I need to be politically correct. So let's search for Gandhi also. Okay. So the moment I say search by Gandhi, so Gandhiji was a very well-traveled person. So alongside the book reader, it will now fetch the entire book from Gandhi Heritage Portal, alongside all copies of this book, and you can browse from one page to another page. This is called flip book reader. User can read it, user can print a particular page, or they can go for the entire text corpus analysis. And alongside the geospatial feature, where it can say you that how Gandhiji traveled across the world, the moment it will find a particular place, it will show you this one. Say, I'm selecting this layer. So in a global map, it will show how Gandhiji is traveling from one place to another place by reading that particular text from the corpus. So these are basically a kind of human touch in the plain, dry keyword-based searching. Now, if I come back again to my presentation, as I said, that many of you actually heard that artificial intelligence and other things are coming very fast, and most of the dignitaries actually talked about it. When you are saying human touch, what makes us human? Very first question is that what makes us human? I think two things makes us human. The very basic thing is intelligence. We are the only intelligent entity under the sun. Only intelligent and rational entity. Intelligence means not touch, it's very hard to define intelligence. What is intelligence? Everybody define in its way. But three things are most important. That is, you are learning from your experience, and in a new situation, you are deploying or employing that particular experience learning to solve a problem, an unseen problem. And it goes beyond your bookish knowledge. It ensures creativity, your social understanding, and cultural sensibility. So if that is intelligence, what makes us intelligent as human beings? The very thing that makes us intelligent is language. You just imagine there is no language. How we can communicate with others different kind of intricate, complex ideas? No way. Language makes us one of the most intelligent pieces, the communication. And another important thing is the pattern recognition, classification, categorization. Even a 1 hour old baby can classify the entire world, mother and non-mother. Very fast hour on the earth, he or she can classify mother and non-mother. So similarly, it is an inborn quality in human being, and we accumulate that knowledge and that collective intelligence we use. So that is the part. Why I am saying that intelligence explosion is coming. But we are not alone anymore. As I said, very cleverly I said we are the most intelligent or the intelligent entity. I have not said we are intelligent animal. The moment you are saying intelligent entity, another entity is there to challenge you after this post 2023. That is called AGI, Artificial General Intelligence. You all know artificial intelligence. Then what is artificial general intelligence? Every AI is narrow AI. A particular AI, when we develop, it's basically meant for a narrow domain to solve a particular problem in the domain of medicine, in the domain of library science. But a human intelligence is actually meant for all encompassing. You are solving n number of problems in your life in different dimensions, different domains. So that is basically called AGI and very hard to achieve. But AGI already started showing the sign that it will cross over human intelligence in the coming technological endeavor. So the central question is that what will happen when we will build a machine which is intelligent, far intelligent than a human being, and where will be the human touch? So let me directly throw some light on this particular thing. And somebody please remind me 12:30. The coming era of intelligence, particularly in the application of library, is cooperative intelligence. Machines will handle pattern. Machine will classify, categorize, organize. Human will provide the ethical touch, cultural sensitivity, context, and empathy. Result will be a hybrid, blended, intelligent library where we will be taking good of the both school. Best of the best automation as well as best of humanity. Where machine can help us, you all know through automation, it can process large volumes of information, consistent, diligence. You see, millions of tasks, it will come out with the same kind of accuracy, speed, and pattern recognition what human may miss. And where human will provide the context, that is, as I said, cultural sensitivity, contextual interpretation, and the low resource domain. Machines are not quite and won't be quite good where resources are low, multilingual resources are required. Their libraries and human being needs to come. And ethical correction, because no algorithm is unbiased. Every algorithm is biased because your biasness is reflected in your algorithm. So that ethical and biasness we need to reduce as a human being, and community needs and local relevance need to be ensured. So these are the good of the both school. Then without giving an example, this kind of big talk means nothing. You need to provide an example what actually meant for. So let us take an example from your most intelligent task in library setup. You may differ from me, definitely you may differ, but according to my experience as a professional, as a teacher of library science, till date, the most intelligent activity in your library science as a professional, as a scholar and student is classification and subject indexing. Anybody wants to differ? We will see during the tea. Okay. So according to me, this is classification and subject indexing, the height of the intellectual activity for a library professional. Now, if we can deploy our artificial intelligence there, for example, you are giving training to a particular system to learn cataloging, subject indexing, particularly classification. Then you are working as a human in the loop in the entire process for your critical judgment, ethical values. Then the moment it is doing something good, you are integrating with an ILS, and finally that human-centered service will be given to others. What do I mean again? I will be showing. But before that, let me tell you two other things are coming in the entire community. That is, computers are getting smart and smart every day. Until 2023, we use computer to write a program, to execute that program, and to do repetitive jobs that requires little bit of intelligence, but not intelligent. Those are not intelligent up to 2023. Then generative AI actually changed the scenario. Now machine can learn and think, and the moment it can learn and think, we are all having Einstein in our basement. When you are utilizing your ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini, don't you think it's a super intelligent agent? It knows everything in the world. So you are having Einstein in your basement. Anytime you can call him. And not only that, Einstein is a physics expert. The same ChatGPT or large language model you can use as a singer. You can use as your football coach. You can give tasks to write something or sing for you. So imagine an Einstein who is good in physics, good in singing, and good in everything. Intelligence explosion is coming, and the entire technology is based on the transformer model. The entire, you see, the transformer model is basically a part of neural network model, which is part of deep learning. Deep learning includes a model called transformer model. Your GPT is basically a tiny dot in artificial intelligence, and that is creating havoc. Now, how does it work, and why we need human touch? That is very, important to understand. Say, most of the cases, in many of your mind, one question is coming. That's why you were saying that it is intelligent like Einstein. But many times it is doing mistake, it is hallucinating, it is giving me wrong information, wrong answer. Why it is happening? Because, my dear friend, these are large language model, not expert system. You are utilizing, we are utilizing or trying to utilize large language model as an expert system, which it is not actually. So we need to understand how does it work. Say for example, the moment you are giving a question or an image or a vision as an input, it is actually converted into vectors. Vectors are representation of the words by different kind of x-axis, y-axis, z-axis values. Now it has got a storage of vectors. So when your question vector is coming here, so it is actually giving you a matching vector, and that matching vector can be text, image, audio, etc. So it's very important to know this particular thing. When I am saying fill in the blank, dogs are space. So it will come up with this vector that dogs are animals. Now the moment dogs are animals are ready, so it will again find the statistically significant word that. Now that will be the input and it will create the next line. That is simple technology it is using. First it is identifying from your question what should be the answer. That answer it is again using as an input to create the next line. Next line again input to the sum of all the kind of lines which has produced. So it's a large language model, it's not an expert system. When I was coming today morning, I just attempted to find a suitable solution to share my experience of this hallucination with you. So you all know you are all having WhatsApp in your mobile phone, and there is an inbuilt large language model, Llama, created by Meta. So today morning, what I did, I asked Meta, I actually twisted things, that which one is better, 9.11 or 9.9? Getting my question? Very clear. A class 2 student can answer it. It is answered me rightly. 9.11 is less than, although direction is slightly different. Then I again tried to confuse it. Is it? It is saying, okay, 9.9 is still better than 9.11. But my point is that it does not know what is the decimal system. The moment I am saying you are doing some mistake, I think, are you sure? So now it changed. 9.11 is actually greater than 9.9, which is utterly wrong. You are getting my point, that is basically trained how to produce the next line, not how to produce your right answer. So handle with care, and there requires your human touch. And another interesting thing that I would like to share, that from Hire to Telegraph, we took 1.5 million years. Your brain in your body is the most costly device. Why? Because when you are sleeping even, in deep sleep, it is drawing 25% of your body energy. Brain never sleeps. Except sleeps. When you are trying to write something, you see your brain is going to sleep always. This happens to with me always. But anyway, I don't know about you. But brain does not sleep actually, literally. It even draws 25% energy when you are sleeping deeply, and it may go up to 80% when you are searching something. In your home, you have placed something and you are not getting it. So that time of searching, it actually draws 85% of your energy. So most costliest device. But remember, during the entire history of evolution, we never invested on our muscle. We never learned how to run faster. We never grown our nails. We always invested on brain. On the first 1 million years, brain returned nothing. Only some blunt tools we have prepared, some kind of, that Acheulean tool, old Paleolithic age, nothing more than that. We were always tool maker. The brain, when got some leisure hour during the agricultural age, 7,000 years before, it actually tried to show all kind of human faculties like music, fine arts, literature, all came during the agricultural age because you have given brain some scope, some space to think. Otherwise, we were hunter-gatherer right from the morning where we were going for hunting, coming and taking raw meat, 18 hours of sleep. Again, next day, when we are feeling hungry, we are going out for hunting. So we have not given brain enough space and scope unless we achieve this agricultural society where we did not have to worry that what will happen next day for food. So you see, we took still 1.5 billion years for journey from fire to telegraph, and computer arrived in 1950. It took only 80 years to cross the human intelligence. And in future, nobody knows what will happen. The moment it will cross this, that is called TEQIP singularity. In 2060, experts are opining that in 2060 that is going to happen. Humankind will produce a machine which is smarter than human being, and then onward, the history of human, nobody knows what will happen. Either the artificial intelligence will surpass, it will challenge us, or some kind of Hollywood movies will happen. Nobody knows. And predicting a future is a very risky business. So what, in this particular point, how we are actually trying to incorporate artificial intelligence in case of humanized library professional services. As I said, the most intelligent activity for a librarian, still I think is classification and subject indexing. So what I did, or rather what we did, we took a lot of machine learning backends. We, fortunately, in the domain of library, we are very fortunate that we are having lots of ontologies. Your DDC is an ontology. Your entire Library of Congress subject heading is an ontology. Fortunately, entire LCSH is available free of cost. You can download in TTL format. So, and on the other hand, in the libraries, we have a lot of P-level data, cataloging data, metadata. So, training data we have collected from libraries. The ontology we have used DDC and LCSH, and we achieved almost 85% accuracy in subject indexing and classification. So, this is the model and method we have utilized. We have utilized an open source software developed by National Library of Finland called ANIF in a Linux environment and Python. So first we converted DDC and LCSH into TTL format, linked open data format, then curated it, downloaded almost 6 lakhs of marked data, and after curated we have utilized 2 lakhs of data. Then we trained our ANIF framework, and then it can be trained, and I can ask some unseen books, it can generate class number. And the model we are using here, ensemble. The very term ensemble came from the music industry, where different kind of algorithm you are mixing together to get the best of the best result. So this is, you see, the training data. How does it look like? We curated this data. This is the title of the book, and this is the summary note. And
so many noise is there in back side.
Okay. So you see here, so this is the title of the book and this is the summary note, and this how human librarians actually classified and cataloged this thing. So this represents the Library of Congress subject heading in URI format. So this is a cross section of a single record, and this is the entire one particular set where it includes corpus, the title and the summary note of book, alongside the URI of the DDC number or LCSA subject descriptor. In a linked open data, every concept is represented by a URI, and concept are permanent, not the term. You all know this. So now the moment my training is over, from an unique backend, I can give an unseen book like Asian drama, select my model and click the get suggestion. It can give me that this is the book on economics, the class number maybe 338.9 and the subject indexing term is development economics. Very good, we are happy. But what is the utilization? How to use it? Individually in a single entity it is working. So we try to compare that which particular model is working best, and this is 1,000 books, and this is the human indexing system, like a human being indexed as algorithm and compositional intelligence. We compared different kind of backend algorithms and found that neural network model, which is the smartest one, is actually giving exact human indexing system, very close. Then mathematically we computed by using different kind of retrieval metrics like F1 at 5. F1 is a harmonic mean of recall and precision, and NDCG, normalized discounted cumulative gain. So we compared all kind of retrieval metrics here and found that neural network model is closing around 70%. Amazing. So out of the 100, 70 book class numbers and indexing are actually correct for this particular packet. So the moment we got this kind of result, and you see ICTS has always a spill on over. That means if you can do X, why not X plus 1? So then we started thinking, can't we integrate the entire system in our very favorite ILS COMA? Because it is supporting this API. Something like that. You are entering your title, subtitle, etc. here and summary note, because only title, the classroom problems we give the students, the one-page question paper with one title, that is utterly wrong. You cannot classify a book by following title alone. You need a lot of other, supportive information like summary note, etc. to understand the context of the book. So if we give this, title and summary note, now the moment I go to 650 subject indexing tag, can it give me suggestions? And then I can apply my librarian judgment that what to take. Whether this environmental economics is a better term or macroeconomics is a better term here. So there lies the human values, human touch. And let me again go to Koha. So you see here, now it is what? Librarian. I added, suppose, here the book, again the same book called Asian Drama. And this is my 520, the summary note. And you see here, the moment I go in the top, which is not available in your Koha. So here it is asking me suggest DDC, suggest LCSA. I can select my ANI. It will tell me that what model you are going to utilize. Say neural network model. Then I can also say that what should be my cutoff mark. Say minimum confidence score must be, it's a NDCG score or all retrieval scores ranges from 0 to 1. So I'm selecting this should be the minimum cutoff mark. Then I click suggest DDC. And here it will connect this backend of ANI through REST API. It will get the suggestion from this particular project, LCSH, DDC, NN. and it can tell me, say this is 338.9. So I can select it and or say for example I am cancelling this and clicking this. Can you suggest me LCSH also? So I can select it, click select, it will automatically go to the tag 650. If I select, you see now this 020 DDC is blank. I am selecting suggest DDC, selecting this number, select, it will automatically come to my 082. So you can integrate this kind of artificial intelligence based system at the back end of Koha or DSpace. For example, in DSpace, you are uploading the PDF file, you are giving the summary, it can easily give you the DC dot subject. And when value, volume and variety of your collection is increasing, at an exponential rate, if you are giving most of the time in your user interface, then you need to give less number of time in your organizing element, and there artificial intelligence can help you very much. So I think I am on time. So thank you very much. Together, automation and these things together, they rehumanize digital service. Can we take questions?
Anyone having any question can ask the.
Can we try this for colon classification?
Yeah, this is the coming volume of annals of library science dedicated to Indian knowledge system. There we are publishing a paper that how this technology can be applied to colon classification. There we found a particular problem. In case of colon classification, the entire schedule is not available as a link token data, like DDC. So the first task is to convert that module or classification schemes in as a link token data. So we tried the main classes of colon classification, and it is again achieving 82% success. It can identify the literature class and many other classes. The paper is coming in the next volume of Annals. Any others? Yeah, please.
So, is that there is any chance that the future version of Quad should integrate the customization you made, specifically at the back end? Is there any such chance that is the people, the masses, they can make that one as a ready one, so they can download it and they can start using that one? Because this is one of the prototyping right there. So we are seeing that thing. So the real benefit will be if this one is going to each and every one. So is there any such thing that you are doing?
Okay, excellent question. You see here, but actually, my point is that you don't have to put it in Koha, because Anip and Koha are two separate systems. Why can't we have an OCLC-like system inside India? You all remember, students, that there was a program called Classify by OCLC. You give the data and it can give that mostly, most of the libraries actually utilize this class number. I actually propose this to implement, that you set this Anip as a server there with training of 10 lakhs, 12 lakhs of data, because in this laptop my limitation is up to 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs of data. Huge number of data we can utilize to train the system. It is available in a REST API interface. So you need in the Koha level, you need only this one. You see here, let me show you. You only need this jQuery script, nothing else. Only jQuery script you need. You see here, you download that particular jQuery script and then incorporate inside your system preferences like staff interface, then intranet user.js, you see. So this script you download, you replace localhost with the encrypted server, it will start working. So it's global. Okay then. So thank you.
Are you getting any API access from internet?
We request our participants to please keep seated.
বিরাজি শুরু করে দিতে আরে তুই তুমি এর শুরু করে আবার করতে দিল আগেটা তো আমি ছিল এই শুরু করে দাও
Thank you, Dr. Mukhopadhyay, for your insightful speech.
Start speaking.
We are now going to start
You just call me.
our first technical session for this seminar. May I now welcome on the dais our honorable chairperson for this session, Professor S. Shodi, Head, Department of Library and Information Science, Central University of Tamil Nadu. Dr. Dhanushkori has 29 years of rich professional experience in this field, and he also worked as professor and head at Department of Library and Information Science, Jadavpur University. He has authored 2 books, edited 16 books. He has over 140 research publications in national and international journals. Dr. Dhanushkori has guided 24 PhD scholars, 30 MPhil students, and 66 postgraduate students in their research. He is also a member of Board of Studies in various universities and colleges in India and abroad. Dr. Dhanushkori has obtained the UGC Research Award, Jadavpur Excellence Award for Research, Jadavpur Research Recognition Award, and National Best LIS Teacher Award 2017 for his outstanding contributions in the field of library and information science. I am now requesting our honorable speaker, Dr. Bablu Sutradhar, librarian, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. Sir, please come to the dais and take your seat. Dr. Sutradhar is currently working on digital library, institutional digital repository, and electronic resource management. He has organized many national conferences in digital libraries and also organized many workshops, short-term courses on open source software for library management and electronic resource management. Dr. Sutradhar has more than 30 publications in international and national journals. He has supervised more than 40 projects on library automation, digital libraries, and institutional repository. Dr. Sutradhar also received Library Award for his achievements. And now request our volunteers to please felicitate our Honorable Chairperson, sir. I request our volunteers to felicitate our Honorable Chairperson, sir. I am requesting our chairperson, Professor S. Dhanushkori, please carry on with the session.
Very good morning. This first technical session, one invited talk and 4 paper presentation. So the first invited talk, Dr. Bablu Sutradhar, librarian IIT Kharagpur, going to deliver the lecture on empowering library professionals in the digital age. So now I request Professor Bablu Sutradhar.
So good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I thanks Professor Uday Bhattacharya, who has invited me for this conference and give a talk on the topic which for which the conference is organized. Also, I thanks all the organizers, volunteers, students, teachers, and all the dignitaries who have participated in this conference. So thank you very much, sir. How much time are you taking for this? 20 minutes. Okay, fine, thank you. So let's see, the topic is very interesting and it's very, very important for all the profession in our field. And we are the practitioner librarians. So day to day, the way we are solving the problem of the user, that's not possible by any machine. Okay. So that is a critical type of problem. That is a very different type of problem. So I request audience, please keep silence and listen. If you are not interested, you can go outside and spend time. And if you are here, please listen. Okay. We have come all the way from Kharagpur, so please listen. And it will disturb the speaker. So now I will discuss details about the topic, and you should get some of the important, points which you can take away from your and you can implement in your life. So, shifting role of library professional, that is very important because we have been shifting ourselves from the institution. When I have joined in the library as a small post, from there I am learning and still I am learning, and everybody is learning, not I am everybody. And if you want to survive, you have to learn. Otherwise, there is no way to survive. So everything, whatever new technology comes, that you have to learn and then you have to implement. So this is the scenario in the field of library science, but this type of things are not, I think, implemented in other field. The way we are developing ourselves, even some of the users, some of the staff or professionals, they have taken admission to learn the new things, spend so much time. So in the ancient period and then this time, the library shifting that managing digital collection in electronic resources. There are several types of electronic resources. There are different type of medium in which the information is stored. So all this information that we have to organize. Then supporting online learning and then virtual community. Suppose there are a group of students, they want to talk with some teacher or some professor or some user group who are not available in your place, they are away from your library, but how do you interconnect with them? So this is a facility that you have to provide to the user, for which you have to train yourself how to do it. Then providing digital literacy training, that is also important. You have a lot of resources, but the resources, the user will be able to use it without the interruption or help of the library people. So you have to train such a way they can use themselves by your own. And then navigating AI and library automation. So that is very important nowadays. So everyone will have to work on it. Now, digital competency and then for libraries in the age of AI. So, technical skill, that is very important. That you have to, when the book comes, you have to catalog the book, you have to classify the book, and also you have to, if somebody has input the data and the data is not corrected. And if the data is not, what is the digitalized bit is the search. So if our data is not inputted rightly, then how the search result will retrieve. So that is very important. Somebody, the section instance requested to some staff, please enter this data, and when the staff enter the data, when the verification of this entered data, it's found that some data are wrong. So that curation of data is very important. After entering the data, somebody should curate it or validate it, and then it will finally uploaded. Then content management software, that is very important. So nowadays everything is online. We are providing service remotely, for which you need a software that is called CMS, that is content management software, and data literacy. So these are the things that are very important. Librarians should know. Information digital literacy training, and then AI and automation awareness. So key areas is that AI literacy, data management, user experience design, and then information security. So these are the 4 aspects that are very important to the librarians to know, and then they have to work on it. So digital literacy for librarians. So if I am not educated about the use of the resources, then how I can teach the users? So we have to learn ourselves. So there are many things that we have to learn. One is that practical and functional skill, then critical thinking and evaluations, then security. There are various types of security. How much access you will provide to the user, which of the access you will not provide the particular user. So these are the things that you must know. Then cultural and social understanding, then collaboration, creative information, and then proficiency in communication, and then creativity. So these are the main things that each and every librarian should know for providing the better service to the users. And that is the matter that the people matters first. It is important. The user is most important, and then staff. So this is one thing, that human-centric librarianship. So we are from whom? From the users. So our concentration will be that we should provide a maximum service to our users. So empathy and social presence, community-centric digital services, ethical leadership in privacy and digital right. So this is very important. That's why the people matter first, and then the staff. Professional development, that is also important. These are the very important things that unless and until we educate them how we can provide the service. As I told you earlier, that workshop, webinar, certification, various type of course that as a library professional we have to attend and learn, and then library also organize and provide such type of facility to the library professional who can attend those type of workshop and courses, and then hands-on training, so that they can learn. Then professional networks and peer mentoring. Professional network is very important, because if I do not know something, I can ask my friend who is sitting away from my office, so that I can get some information, so that I can use his idea and then implement those things. So this professional network is very important. So today there is a conference, many people have come. You must have a very good networking among the people, so that you will get help from others. There should not be any duplication of work. Already the work has been done that you can use for your research work or your library services. So this is very important. Institutional support and training. So these are the important things. And mentoring. Mentoring is important in training, navigation, advice, success, direction, coaching, support, and goal. These are the important things should librarian knows. Now, digital inclusion in libraries, there are main three aspects, three principles. One is access, one is adoption, one is application. So these are the three aspects important, like device linking and then internet access. Suppose some user come to a library, but he do not have any device to access the resources. Like there are a lot of e-books are there. So library should provide a Kindle type of device, so that he can use it. He can also issue those Kindle, and he can take away from the library, and they can use in his hostel room or outside for 3-4 days, and they can return it, like books like this. Then laptop, then Chromebooks, and e-book readers. So these are the devices that library should give a learning facility should be there in a particular library. Training for device, digital skill level. So not only you provide the device, you have to train the user how to use it, and then you can give the device so that he can use friendly. Now collaboration and innovation is one aspect, that cross-disciplinary partnership. So there is a library collaboration and innovation. One is student. That's from student you can collaborate. The student, they have a lot of ideas. You can call them. You can have a discussion. You can offer a cup of tea, and you get a lot of information from them, which are very important, which are not known even the librarians. So those things is very important. Then you can also collaborate with the faculty. There are many faculty who are who is loving the library. Some of the faculty still they are coming to the library to use the library books, use their personal books. So we have to collaborate with them so that we can get some of the good thing from them which will be useful for the particular library. Some of the things librarians do not know, but they know. So we need a collaboration with the faculty, students, and also communities. So these are the very important, collaboration, innovation, so that you will get a lot of new ideas for your library. The future of librarianship. So as you know, everywhere this AI things is going on. The technology already we are using. AI is very important for us, but we have to know how we can use this AI for our library services. So designing the equitable digital access, that is important. The government of India is trying their hard so that each and every information, however it is available, it should be provided a single window access facility so that everybody should get free access. Everybody. So that's why the National Digital Library come up, and the National Digital Library objective is that wherever the digitized contents are available, digital contents are available, that should collect, integrate it, and provide a single window access facility. So that everybody will have access, everybody will have a right to access. So that is the objective of the National Digital Library. And Government of India, not only National Digital, there are many projects going on for creation of the resources. For the educational resources, and those who will use it, the students, research scholar, faculty, they will use it. How they will use it? So, like this is the job of the library to provide such a way that they will get the information wherever it is available. Because many students, many teachers, they do not know where the information is available. It is our job to collect and then provide service to the user. Hybrid service ecosystem, that is also important. Now, the last point, the human touch. In this conference topic, human touch in the digital AI age. That is the topic for which this conference is being organized. Now, the digital technology reshaping the library services, improve convenience and accessibility, and the risk of losing the human connection. That is the main important. The third point is very important for this conference. Now, digital shifting in libraries. Like online catalog, data curation, e-resource, virtual references that I have already told, AI tools and automation and hybrid service model. These are the service model in which these are the shifting technology can be implemented, like search and integrate identity, then evaluation and review, and then share and promote, maintain and preserve. So these are the things. Then what is the lost without human touch? Very important slide to see the library patron trust, the user trust. If we are not having the human touch with the student, teacher, and the user, after all the users of the library, we must have a very good human touch, otherwise we will lose. Then user interaction. See, my library is open 24 hours. So there are many students. I love them. They come and then offer tea and then discuss. They are not getting the books. I tell that you will write the call number, you put it some box. Next day you will come and collect it. So this is the human touch. This is simple things. Then one communication tone. We are not talking very nicely with the student. Student having a lot of problems. They have lost the bag. Inside the bag they have a purse, so many money that if somebody has come and taken. So how do you handle it? So these are the human touch, different type of human touch. That the way librarian can handle, other people cannot handle. So you have to learn this. Then equity and inclusions, and then lack of empathy. Then challenge for marginalized users, and the personalized response. That is very important. Personalized. You have a very personal relation. So that's why the people will come again and again to the library. The institutions are very big. Library is an identified place. And many students, they are coming to the librarian and library professional to take help, which are not even related to the library. So this is the way we have to create emotion, behavior with the students so that your job will be successful. Then reduction of personal interaction. So these will be the lost if we do not have the human touch. Sir, you tell me when the time will yes. Over. So why human touch matter? Why? The library service that really on human touch. One is personalized user orientation. workshop for software training, research assistance, and then reader advisory. What we lost? Build the user. Then support complexity, complex information need, and then strengthen and the community. These are the matter for human touch. So some of the photographs I have shown, these are the workshop. There is a many workshop going on, hands-on training. Who are doing? The human, the expert are teaching this, participant. This is the problem. This is the human going and solving. The machine cannot do it. So if you do like this, then the person who have come all the way to learn, he will be achieve his goal. So these are some workshop I have shown some photographs. Now, key human qualities. So empathy and active licensing, cultural sensitivity, and then ethical judgment. So I have given one picture. You see, building a task. So this is the task the librarian and the students, the user of the library. That task we should build. Now, strategies for re-humanized services. One is human-centric digital design to building the library patrons trust. That is very important. And blended human plus AI service and proactive outreach. The outreach is also important. You have developed so many things, but people are not known. How people will come to use your library? So you have to proactively outreach your program. So you have to inform the user, these are the resources have come, these are the facilities that we have implemented. So this outreach program is very important. Now, human-centric program in the library like virtual and hybrid book club, personalized research consultation, community archive. So these are the very important, area where the human-centric program in the library can be organized. Now, I come to the point, what human touch means in digital library, NDLI, National Digital Library. So, empathic guidance, personalized recommendation. Suppose somebody want that they have a lot of digitized content, but they do not have server, they do not have expertise, manpower, to whom they will approach. And if they will not, put it in any digital library, their content will be nowhere, nobody will be known. It will be under lock and key. So this is the personalized recommendation, human created collection. So we are collecting the content, AI is not collecting the content. Then culturally sensitive content organization and trust building through communication. So these are the means for NDLI in human touch. These are things which we are doing through human touch. So existing human-centric elements in NDLI, the subject-wise curation collection, and then age appropriate content. Suppose I am a class student, 8 students. So I did only the content which are relevant to class 8 or class 9. So we have curated such a way that you can get information only you are a student in class 8. You will not get the content which are in higher education or PhD student or the student who are studying in class 12. So we have curated such a way. So these are all done by human. So I will go first. Role of the librarian in the NDLI ecosystem, that digital curation, metadata personalization. That is very important. Whatever content you have, we are the library science people, we must know how much important in metadata. If you go to the Google, they have not maintained they have not maintained the metadata structure. Even one or two content you will get relevant to the rest of the contents are not relevant. But go to the National Digital Library, everything you will get in pinpointed information, because we have created we have curated data in such a way that we maintain each and every rule of metadata curation. So online learning facility, then community engagement, ambassador. You are all ambassador for the National Digital because you are helping us. So we are telling that you are the ambassador, you are the ambassador. So this is the way to improve upon the National Digital Library services. So personalized NDLI, so many things are there. Human AI collaboration in NDLI, that is AI help with the search and personalizing. Definitely, we have implemented so many AI technology so that user will get the resources in various ways. They can give the search and get the information. So this is the virtual and hybrid book club that also your library should have like this. And this is the community-driven digital library. I have given one example. I will give another. So this is one digital library that recently we have created in Delhi municipality, New Delhi municipality corporation. They want that they should have a digital library. What we have done? Whatever digital library content we have created a portal, and they're so happy they have given the letter to the ministry has sent letter to us. So this is the way we are doing the things which machine cannot do. So it's required for human touch. So solution or what next? Library needs to design a human plus AI balance model. Then AI handle routine queries and human handle the complex query. That's very important. That machine cannot do it. And then transparency in AI. So human is ND-like further. These are the things that I have mentioned. Time is very short, so I have to close it. Now conclusion. This is the last slide. So human touch makes digital libraries meaningful. Why? Digital tools plus human capability, empathy. So if joined together, then we can do a lot of things. Balanced approach ensure relevance, and then technology provide access, and the human provide context. And then empathy builds trust. The trust is very important. We must have a trust with the student, teacher, everywhere who are coming to the library. Now, let's join with me. Together learn, share and grow so that we can create a powerful learning ecosystem. This is the slogan for me. So thank you very much. I have taken 23 minutes.
Yes.
3 minutes.
Yes. Any questions? Any questions? So thank you for your nice and informative presentation of Dr. Paulus Brother. I explained about digital competency, digital literacy, and the digital inclusion, and finally he covered the entire NDLI activities. Thank you for your informative speech, sir. Thank you. Now, this session, 4 papers. So the first paper, Humanizing Library and Information Services in the Digital Era, Philosophical Operational Framework. So that is Soman Mandal. Yes. And the second paper, the Empathetic Information Professional as a Fabled Morality, Avjit. Yes, okay, thank you. And third paper, One Librarian, Many Roles, Shreya Thakur. Yes, thank you. And fourth paper, Cybercrime Awareness, Anvesha Bhattacharya. Yes, very good. So that is all the 4 presenters are available. Now the first presenter. So each presenter 5 to 7 minutes for this. 5 to 7 minutes. Please, one way.
We would like to inform that due to some inconvenience, all our parallel sessions will take place at MPC Hall of our department.
Now the first presenter, please.
Very good afternoon, respected chairperson sir, respected invited speaker, all the teachers, research scholars, and participants. Today I am presenting a topic that is highly relevant in our field, that is Re-humanizing library and information science in digital era through a philosophical lens. Today we are living in an era where library services become highly digital. The AI-based services, the automated cataloging, resource sharing, all are happening in our library, digital library system, are with much speedily, automatically. So these systems make library faster, efficient. But in this race of the modernizations, we have questions in our mind. That is, what is the questions? We have less human connection. So the concern is the our library becoming digital but less human. Just think as a scenario: a student enter a digital library portal at midnight for a urgent assignments. The library is automated, the search results, the AI-based chatbot answer, the recommendations, but the students feel loneliness and nervous because there was no physical librarian to address his anxiety, to understand his emotional stress, and give him any guidance. So this is the gap. So digital transformation has unintentionally created this gap. So technology is rising with efficiency, but human connection gradually declining. So there is also advantage of digitalization, that is the online expand the reach of the information every corner of the world and fast access of the information. Automation will help and reduce the human workload, and AI-based services improve our services library. At the same time, technology treated human as a data and reduce the interpersonal connection between librarians and user, and also gap the emotional distance. There is also ethical concerns about the human loss. What is the research objective? Firstly, the philosophical idea to human-centered digital library design, synthesis to digital library design, and reinterpreting Ranganathan 5 laws in the humanizing library services, and also creating a philosophical framework with empathy, authentic, and user services framework, and also give some practical application and strategies for re-humanizing library services. The methodology is a conceptual literacy-based approach. Firstly, the analysis of the great philosophers like Heidegger, Levers, Nussbaum, Dewey, and Rogers, and then critical review of the LIS ethics of IFLA and AI, and also classical LIS philosophy of Ranganathan 5 laws, and then qualitative interpretation of this philosophical foundation, and lastly development a framework. There is also 4 stages. Stage 1, the foundation of the critical philosophical theory was analyzed. Then the humanistic value are identified. Next, this humanistic value is synthesized into some framework, and at the last, this framework is linked with the digital library system. So this is the philosopher. Firstly, Martin Heidegger. He is a German philosopher, and his main contribution was a book published Question Concerning the Technology in 1977. And Ivan Levins, his book published in 1961, Totality and Infinity, Ethics to the Others. And Martha Nussbaum, the book published in 2011, a great psychologist and philosopher, Creating Capabilities, Human Dignity and Moral Agency. And John Dewey published book in 1938, Experience and Education. And also the Carl Rogers published book in 1961, Client-Centered Therapy. So Martin Heidegger main idea of the Dixon environment. He says that his idea, technology can inform people as an object and humans become data points. So library algorithm may ignore human feeling, and that is why need human presence in digital library system. And next, Levers, Nussbaum and LI ethics shows the ethics and empathy in digital library system. They say respect for the human dignity, responsibility to every user, and ethical personalization and privacy fairness by IFLAN ALA. John Dewey main idea of the human-centered learning. His main concern about experimental learning. Users can learn by doing himself. Digital library must allow the participation of the user or learning by doing and meaningful engagement of co-creating environment. And Rogers' main idea of the person-centered communications. So he focuses on empathy, authenticity, emotional intelligence, supportive digital communication. This is the philosophical diagram. This diagram, but also this framework, designed to bridge the gap between digital library services and the philosophical theory. The main focuses of this framework is to identify the main critical area of the digital services with the loss of human presence, with ethical and responsibility, authenticity, experimental learning, empathy and care, and with LIS values. First in this framework is the ethics and responsibility. So this says library technology must be safe, transparent, inclusive, and ethically designed. Such as we use the ethical AI in our search system, like library avoids storing personal search history, and the library use AI-based search suggestions without profiling, and also digital privacy protection, like library disable behavioral tracking. Okay. Okay. So in conclusion, we can say digital library transformation is necessary, but human transformation is also essential. Library must grow with technology with empathy, and re-humanization experience a better community with better services. Library can evolve with the technological advancement with the human presence. So in the digitization of the library, we can say library cannot replace the human. With the help of human and with the help of technology, we can give the better services to the community of the users. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions we can ask last. The next presenter, Abhijit Parga.
Our topic is the empathic information professionals, a fable morality. A popular slogan, information for all. এটা শুনতে বুঝতে এবং অনুভব করতে খুবই অসাধারণ, কিন্তু বাস্তব ক্ষেত্রে এটার প্রকৃত অর্থে কোনো বাস্তবতা আছে বলে আমাদের মনে হয়নি। এরকম পরিস্থিতির সাপেক্ষে আমাদের এই টপিকটা, হয়তো ভুলও হতে পারে, আপনারা দেখে নিয়েছেন। আমরা মূলত দু প্রকারের ইনফরমেশন প্রফেশনালদেরকে ডিভাইড করেছিলাম, সার্টিফাইড ইনফরমেশন প্রফেশনাল and non-certified information professional. Certified information professional means librarian, information scientist, etc. all of them. আর non-certified সোশ্যাল মিডিয়া যারা কাজ করছে, যাদের দ্বারাও আমরা কিছু ইনফরমেশন পাচ্ছি, তাদেরকে আমরা non-certified information professional হিসাবে ধরেছিলাম। তো বেশিরভাগ ক্ষেত্রে সার্টিফাইড ইনফরমেশন প্রফেশনালদের মধ্যে লাইব্রেরিয়ান এন্ড ইনফরমেশন সায়েন্টিস্টদেরই মনে হয় দায়বদ্ধ থাকে যে তথ্যের উপরে মোরালিটি, লায়াবিলিটি, এথিক্যাল পার্ট সবকিছু বজায় রাখতে হবে। বাট নন সার্টিফাইড ইনফরমেশন প্রফেশনালদের ক্ষেত্রে বিষয়টা একেবারে গ্রাহ্য করা হয় না, যে তাদের মধ্যে কিছু না থাকলেও চলে, তারা যেরকম তথ্য প্রোভাইড করুক, তথ্যের মধ্যে ভুল নির্ভুল কোনো যাচাই করার প্রয়োজনীয়তা আপাতত অনুভব হয় না বলেই যেন মনে হয়েছিল। আমরা কিছু কিছু ক্ষেত্রে কিছু কিছু ইনসিডেন্ট এখানে হাজির করেছি। যেমন কমিশন রিপোর্ট, মোস্ট পপুলার এবং ক্রিটিক্যাল কমিশন ছিল সেটা মুখার্জি কমিশন। তার যা রিপোর্ট পেশ হয়েছিল সেখানে একজন ইন্ডিভিজুয়াল রিসার্চার এন্ড অথর তিনি ডিমান্ড করেছিলেন সেই রিপোর্টের থেকে কিছু তথ্য, এবং তাকে যে তথ্য প্রোভাইড করা হয়েছিল সেটা হিউম্যান জেনারেটেড রিপোর্ট। তিনি তারপরেও আরটিআই এর মাধ্যমে ডিমান্ড করেছিলেন না এই ইলেকট্রোফিলোগ্রাম রিপোর্ট যেটা অনলি ফর জেনারেটেড বাই মেশিন জেনারেটেড রিপোর্ট তিনি ডিমান্ড করেছিলেন। কিন্তু তার কাছে তিনটে ইভেন্টস দেখা হয়েছিল যে এটা যদি প্রোভাইড করা হয় তাহলে ইন্টারন্যাশনাল রিলেশন ব্রেকডাউন হবে, ন্যাশনাল ইস্যু ক্রিয়েট হবে এবং পলিটিক্যাল বার্ডেন হবে। তিনি তারপরে ফার্দার আরটিআই করেন সেগুলো ডিটেইলস জানার জন্য, কোনো উত্তরই তিনি পাননি সেই মুহূর্তে। তাহলে এই কমিশন রিপোর্ট যাদের কাছে চাওয়া হলো গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া, সেও কিন্তু ইনফরমেশন প্রফেশনাল, শুধুমাত্র লাইব্রেরিয়ান নয়। তাহলে সেও যখন ঠিকঠাক রিপোর্ট প্রোভাইড করলো না, প্রোভাইড করতে পারেনি, তার দায়বদ্ধ থেকে যায়। রিসার্চ ওরিয়েন্টেড বিষয়ের ক্ষেত্রে ডিপার্টমেন্টাল অথরাইজ লেটার থাকা সত্ত্বেও বহু জায়গায় দেখা যায় যে রিসার্চারকে টোটাল রিসোর্সেস অ্যাক্সেস করতে দেওয়া হয় না। এক্সাম্পলও আছে, কিন্তু সেখানে বিশ্বের বাধ্যবাধকতার জন্য এখানে কোনো নাম উত্থাপন করা হলো না। বাট এরকম সিচুয়েশনের মধ্যে অনেকেই পড়েছেন এবং তারা দেখবেন। বিজনেস কনসার্নের ক্ষেত্রে আরটিআই তে পরিষ্কার রয়েছে শুধুমাত্র কনফিডেন্সিয়াল পেপার ছাড়া বাকি বিজনেসে যা আছে সেটা পাবলিক করার এখতিয়ার আছে। আর সেক্ষেত্রেও ডিমান্ড তার আমরা যদি কোনো ইনফরমেশন চাই সেক্ষেত্রে কিন্তু দেওয়া হয় না। এই ডিমান্ডিং রিকোয়ারমেন্টে এখানে আমরা দুটো एग्जांपल রেখেছি যে সিএসসির কাছে একবার রেজাল্টের বিষয়ে দুটো ডিমান্ড রাখা হয়েছিল কাট অফ মার্কসের ক্ষেত্রে, তিনি পাননি, তাই কোর্ট কেসের মাধ্যমে তার রিকোয়ারমেন্ট ফুলফিল করতে হয়েছিল। বাট এই জায়গাটাতেই আমাদের কোশ্চেন, তারাও তো ইনফরমেশন প্রোভাইডার, তারা কেন পিওরলি ইনফরমেশন প্রোভাইড করবে না? সোশ্যাল ইস্যু যেখানে প্রপার প্রপার নিউজ চ্যানেল অর্থাৎ গভর্নমেন্ট এন্ড নন গভর্নমেন্ট তারা কভার করতে পারে না, সেখানে কিন্তু লোকাল স্টিল ফটোগ্রাফি, লোকাল ভিডিও এটসেট্রার মাধ্যমে সেই ইনফরমেশনটাকে স্টোরেজ রাখা হয় এবং সেটার উপর বেসড অন তার উপরেই নির্ভর করে কিন্তু পরে যখন আমাদের লিগ্যাল বা সার্টিফাইড যে জার্নালিজম আছে বা মিডিয়া আছে তারা নিউজটা কভার করে। কিন্তু সেই নিউজের মধ্যে ম্যাক্সিমাম ক্ষেত্রে দেখা যায় কি না ন্যারেটিভ জার্নালিজম হয়েছে, সেখানে অবজেক্টিভ জার্নালিজম হয়েছে অথবা পার্সিয়াল জার্নালিজম হয়েছে। তাহলে যার উপরে বেস করে করা হলো সেটার উপরে কি রইল তথ্য, তাহলে এখানে কি ফুলফিল পাওয়া গেল? এবং নিউজ মিডিয়াকেও আমরা সেইভাবে রেখেছি যে ফেক নিউজ যেগুলো থাকে নন সার্টিফাইডদের ক্ষেত্রে তাহলে তারা কি ভূমিকা পালন করে। এবং ইনফরমেশন বায়াস অর্থাৎ যখন কোন মিডিয়া জার্নালিস্টকে তো আমাদের কোশ্চেনটা ছিল এইটাই যে সার্টিফাইড ইনফরমেশন প্রফেশনালদের দায়বদ্ধ থাকবে এথিক্স, মোরালিটি এবং লায়াবিলিটির দিকে, তা নয় নন সার্টিফাইড যারা তাদেরও দায়বদ্ধতা সমানভাবে থেকে যায়।
Thank you.
Jadavpur, and today my topic is this: one librarian heavy roles, librarianship beyond boundaries in government-sponsored libraries in West Bengal. First, I'm going to say how I come up with this idea of this research. I myself am a newly recruited librarian, and I was facing some trouble while managing the 360-degree work of the two libraries that I entitled myself. I was talking to some of my colleagues and classmates about this to check if they were struggling with that same problem, and it turned out to be an university. And in some cases, the situation was even worse. So I thought of conducting a survey to map the state and the serious condition of the situation. What I did here was a pretty simple research. I just prepared a questionnaire based on some previously conducted studies and collected the data and tried to understand when present the responses. These were the objectives of my study, and these were the research questions. Research methodology, it was a survey research, and in here I used 10 close-ended and 10 open-ended questions, which were distributed among the newly appointed public library librarians, and I got only 15 responses. This study has some limitations, like the survey example involved only the newly appointed librarians rather than the entire spectrum of the professionals within the system due to the time constraints, and they may have led to the generalization of the contribution to the broader demographic of library personnel. The data analysis relies on the data collected from a relatively small respondent group, only 15 people. So the individual experience and subjective perspective captured may not be comprehensively represented the full diversity of the professional realities across the government-sponsored libraries in West Bengal. The survey questionnaire was divided into various sections and tried to cover all the important questions in the slides. The first part was to understand the demography of the respondents. Among the respondents, 28% was inside the age group of 25 to 30 years, 40% was between 30 to 35 years, 11% between 35 to 40 years, and 70% was 40 to 45 years. And 47% of the total respondents were male and 53% were female. The next part of the questionnaire helps us to understand libraries managed by the survey respondents, where we can see first, none of the librarians has just one library to manage. Everyone is in charge of multiple libraries. And secondly, most of them has at least 2 libraries to manage. Some even have 3 libraries to manage. And the libraries they manage are both rural, town, or both. This slide shows the range and weight of their workload, all the duties they have to carry out right now single-handedly. Due to severe staff shortage, more of these individuals are operating as the entire library staff. They are shouldering the full spectrum of responsibilities, which effectively means they are doing the work of 2 to 3 people every single day, or 2 to 3 libraries, I might add. This slide shows the challenges that these libraries are facing every day. And this slide shows the responses of some of the open-ended questions. Beyond the sheer volume of their workload, their daily lives are incredibly taxing. Many of them are posted far from home, dedicating significant time and energy just to daily commute. What truly compounds the difficult is the state of the infrastructure. A large number of the libraries are completely lacking basic amenities like no electricity, no internet, and no working computer during the workday. This isn't just an inconvenience, it forces them to take essential reports and paperwork from home, effectively extending their workday into their personal time. Moreover, they have to spend months on challenging foundational work like trying to restore the power connection, reopen dormant bank accounts, and communicate with various agencies just to get the library operational again. Coupled with the absence of basic necessities like clean water and proper sanitation, they are constantly operating in an exhausting survival mode. Frankly, this represents from dedicating the time and focus. This prevents them from dedicating the time and focus required for meaningful service improvement. They are trying their absolute best, but the ability to elevate services for the communities is severely hampered because they are barely keeping up with the lives on individually and figuratively. Next, these are some suggestions that might help to improve the situation a little bit, suggested by the respondents themselves. Next, to conclude, all I have to say is Saudi Library is one of the integral parts of library services provided by the government to the marginalized people, specifically for the rural areas. And the whole service of public library is struggling right now. If the authority and the government comes forward to help and cooperate the librarians in their day-to-day struggle a little, librarians might be able to change the whole scenario. With some hiring new staff, a workplace closer to home, availability of enough funds, less paperwork, reduction of authority duties, cooperation and authorities concerned, and strong will of the librarians, this evident service can thrive once again. Next, these are the references used. Thank you for all.
Next question.
A very good afternoon to respected dignitaries on and off the dais and my dear colleagues and juniors. I'm going to present a topic on cybercrime awareness in higher education, and it is a psychometric study. And the years included are 5 years, 2020 to 24. So as we know that there has been a considerable expansion of digital platforms in higher education, and it has improved access to knowledge, no doubt. But at the same time, there has been an increased exposure to cyber threats such as phishing, identity theft, predatory publishing, data misuse. So this is the current scenario. Digital campuses are fantastic, but they also open doors to phishing, identity theft, and data misuse. So we need a clear picture of how the research community is tackling these threats. Why does this matter in the LIS domain? Digital services are very core to academic missions. The cyber threats jeopardize user trust, data integrity, and scholarly communication. The LIS professionals are the frontline digital guardians. Cyber risks directly affect digital libraries, e-resources, and academic publishing workflows. So librarians can guide the students in digital ethics, privacy, and safe information practices. The goals of the study are as follows. It maps the growth of scholarly output on cybercrime in higher education. It identifies the high impact works. It tests and examines the authorship and collaboration patterns, and also the top institutions and countries which are providing research in this field. It identifies the core journals, the prolific journals, and it also uncovers the emerging keyword clusters. In my methodology, the dataset which has been used is the database dimensions.ai, and the keywords that I have used are cybercrime awareness and higher education. The tools I have used are MS Excel and Boss Viewer. This is the publication trend which shows that there has been a remarkable increase in the growth of publications on cybercrime awareness, and they're from 18 publications in 2020 to about 61 in 2024, which reflects a strong overall CAGR of 35.7%. And there has been a declining RGR, that is relative growth rate, and doubling time, which suggests that although the research activity is expanding, but the pace of growth is stabilizing. These are some of the most cited works. I have a list of about 10 most prolific cited articles, which is there in the chapter. Here I have mentioned only 3 of them. And the most cited works, they reflect a blend of technical approaches, which is AI-based modeling, cybersecurity frameworks, and contextual studies like awareness, culture, institutional response. This is the authorship and collaboration work, which helps us to analyze the authorship pattern of publications, where we can see that there is a clear dominance of collaborative works across this study, multi-authored papers which with more than two authors consistently outweigh the single authored ones. And there is also a rise in large collaborative terms where there are like more than 5 authors involved, especially in 2024. This indicates that there is increased interdisciplinarity and global collaboration in addressing cybercrime challenges in higher education. Now, this is the Lodka's law analysis, which we know that Lodka's law states that the number of authors publishing n papers is about 1 by n square of those publishing one paper. And from my study, it shows that most of the authors contribute only one publication, which is consistent with Lodka's law, and a small proportion, about 20%, contribute 2 or more papers. The more than 3 papers are lower than expected, which indicate that highly prolific authors are fewer in this emerging field. Now, these are some of the institutions and country leaders with maximum number of publications. As we can see that the University of Oxford, Harvard University, University of Cambridge, University of California, USA, they dominate the maximum number of publications in cybercrime. In Asia, notable research activities observed from IIT Delhi, National University of Singapore, and there are also contributions from University of Melbourne, Zurich, University of Toronto, etc. Here it's the Bradford's law, which says that about most like only 7 of the journals are in the core area, and these are some of the prolific journals. The details you can find in my chapter. And these are the keywords like technical keywords like AI-driven defense, IoT security, some institutional and ethical keywords are also there. So the key takeaways are like research is growing fast and stabilizing, which is depicted from the RGR falling and the doubling time rising. There are technical and institutional approaches. Interdisciplinary collaboration is increasing, and the LIS professionals can act as digital guardians. Now, some of the implications, like we can foster trust through human-centered digital services. We can encourage cross-disciplinary projects like technical, which amalgamates technical, educational, and ethical paths. Then we can develop a digital guardianship framework for LIS professionals, and we can integrate cyber safety into information literacy curriculum. So we can conclude that cybercrime awareness is not just a technical issue, it is a human-centered, ethical and educational responsibility. We can position librarians as digital guardians who promote ethical library practices and build trust. We can advocate for institutional policies that blend technical, pedagogical and ethical perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions this session? Can I conclude? Okay. So this first technical session, 1 invited talk and 4 paper presentation. All are presented. Thank you for your nice presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Our technical session 1 ends here. We will now have our lunch break. Please join us for technical session 2 at 3 p.m.
Please go for a lunch. Room number 201. Lunch will be served at room number 201. Please come.
Hello everyone. A very good afternoon to all of you. Now we are going to start technical session 2. Our chairperson in this session is Dr. Jyotsna Sahu, Professor and Head, Department of Library and Information Science, Berhampur University, and Dean, Social Science and Humanities, Berhampur University. Dr. Jyotsna Sahu holds a PhD in Library and Information Science from Utkal University, Bhubaneswar. Currently, she serves as Professor and Head of the Department of Library and Information Science, as well as Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Science at Berhampur University, Odisha. Her research interests include the preservation and conservation of information resources, especially knowledge organization, information needs, and information seeking behavior, etc. She has authored various books and published numerous research papers in reputed national and international journals. She was awarded an ICSSR doctoral fellowship in 2006 for her PhD work and a junior research fellowship from the Department of Culture, Government of India in 2007. She has successfully completed 2 ICSSR funded research projects. Now, I would like to invite our chairperson, Dr. Sahu Madam is present here. In this session, we have our invited speakers, Dr. Sanjay Kumar Singh, Professor and Head, Department of Library and Information Science, Guwahati University, and Dr. S. Ravi, former Professor and Head, Department of Library and Information Science, Central University of Tamil Nadu. Dr. Sanjay Kumar Singh is presently Professor and Head in the Department of Library and Information Science, Guwahati University since 2015. He is associated with the novel job of teaching since 1997 in Guwahati University. Before associating as a teacher, he was also a librarian for a couple of years in the Institute of Neurological Science, Guwahati, from 1995 to 97. Professor Singh is a life member of several professional organizations like ES League, ILA, etc. He was Assistant General Secretary and Vice President of Guwahati Library Association for 2 terms and Office Secretary and Vice President of Assam Library Association for 1 term. He was also Joint Secretary of Guwahati University Teachers Association for 3 terms, Vice President for 2 terms, and Treasurer for 1 term. He was Board Member and Executive Council Member of Guwahati University for a short term. He is also Academic Council Member of Guwahati University since 2015. We have also our other invited speaker, Dr. S. Ravi, who has 11 years of professional experience in the university library and 33 years of experience in postgraduate teaching, research and academic administration, including 16 years of professor at Annamala University and the Central University of Tamil Nadu. He has served as a mentor for the Commonwealth Diploma in Youth Development Work Program offered in collaboration with Annamala University and the Commonwealth Secretariat London with grad support and dual certification. Under his guidance, many candidates have been awarded PhD degree and scholars have been awarded MPhil degrees. He received the Best Teacher Award from Annamala University, the Society for the Advancement of Library and Information Science, and the Madras Library Association. He also received the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Madras Library Association. He has published numerous research articles. He currently served as the Nodal Officer of the Central University Portal and UGC University Activity Monitoring Portal. Now, I would like to request our volunteers, please felicitate our chairperson and invited speakers.
এইখানে লাইট নেই, এখানে অন্ধকার আসছে সব আসছে না। संजय जी आप लोग इधर इधर रवि सर।
Now, I would like to request our chairperson to carry out the session.
Thank you so much. Distinguished dignitaries on the dance and off the dance, reputed academicians, practitioners from different reputed institutions, scholars from different parts of the country, and also participants and students of this university. At the very outset, I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks and also sincere gratitude to Professor Bhattacharya and also to the entire organizing team for giving me this opportunity to be connected with all the delegates and also all the participants of this international seminar. So here this is the technical session 2 and the duration of the session is 90 minutes, and in this session we have 2 talks to be delivered by Dr. Sanjay Kumar Singh, who is the professor and head of the Department of Library and Information Science, Guwahati University, and Dr. S. Ravi, former professor and head Department of Library and Information Science, Central University of Tamil Nadu. And along with this, there are 5 presenters who will be presenting their topic on different aspects of library and information science. We have 90 minutes of duration, so I request the paper presenters to take 20 minutes each for the presentation and also 10 minutes to all the participants. So with this, I just give this floor to Dr. Sanjay Kumar Singh for his deliberation. Welcome, sir.
So, good afternoon to all of you, Honorable Chairman, Chairperson of this technical session, Professor Josna Rao. Sorry, Josna Rao is one of the professor in my university of India. So sorry, and other resource person, Dr. S. Ravi. Thank you. And all the dignitaries, stalwarts, and library informed science sitting in front of me. So, post-transition is very difficult for all of you. The person sitting outside of the dais and person sitting on the dais as well. So, this is the high time again. We will try our best so that you cannot sleep properly. Those who are sitting in back of the pillar, they can sleep properly. Others cannot sleep properly. Okay, let us come back to that. So this international conference of today, the main area is the rehumanizing human touch, etc. So what I feel this morning we are discussing many things. So what I feel that without human touch, nothing is possible. So there must be human touch. We are talking about various types of use and application of computers or ICT applications or whatever related to that. So everywhere there is a human touch. Maybe the hardware aspect, maybe the software aspect. Without human touch, there cannot be hardware aspect, there cannot be software aspect. Softwares are written, programs are written by the human being. The algorithms are written by the human being. The hardware is manufactured by the human being. These are tools, internet or AI, these are all tools. Just we get a saw to cut the wood, we use anything to do the work. So AI is also a tool to perform and give the information in accurate form as well as, it depends, accuracy depends upon us. Because it is a general say about the ICT application or computer application that garbage in, garbage out. If you input good things, always the output will be good. So this type of things are there. That's why we should use as a tool, and we should not allow this internet or this AI tools to overpower us, because it is created by the human being. It cannot be more intelligent than human being. After all, yes, it can work faster, it can do better calculation, everything is there. You may be remembering about computer person or radio there, no? Yes, I forgotten the name. So that lady was giving calculation within few seconds. You are, before completing your questions, you are able to give answers. Samudra Devi, yes, thank you. Samudra Devi. Because when I was a student of class 6, 7, so she came to Guwahati. So in Ravindra Bhavan, Guwahati Ravindra Bhavan, there was a program of her. My school was just behind that, beside the Ravindra Bhavan. So I also got opportunity to attend that program. So we have seen that the students were writing the question, multiplication, addition, subtraction, anything very big. The moment the person was completing, she was giving the answer, just like the calculator or calculating device. So calculator, what does calculator do? Same thing. The human being was doing same thing. So that's why I should tell that you cannot replace the human being. One example I would like to cite again related to this cultural humility or reconciliation, whatever you call it, because it is when you talk about the reconciliation, that means you have to get the difference of two opinions or different things, then you are joining together. That is the solution. So these type of things are like that. So when regarding this, it has come to my mind definitely. When it will come again, I will then tell you. So let us come back to again this cultural humility and this. So this cultural humility is a term which is a borrowed term. Okay, borrowed from where? Borrowed from medical science, health science. Now, one example I used to cite every now and then, that to me the library professionals are very clever. Whatever anything comes to our way from this, all also I have delivered this again, this type of information. So it is anything comes, and every time there is an age of something. We are in the fifth industrial revolution. Lot of changes are coming place. If you take the first industrial revolution, 1700, steam engine was invented. That was the mode of transportation. See, now the transportation is bullet train like that. Super fast trains are there. 1800, electricity. Electricity has given us everything. Then 1900, the age of networking. So all sorts of networking started coming. Then today we are having fourth industrial revolution. Now we are saying that we are in the fifth industrial revolution, where everything is mechanized, everything is this one. So change is going on. Change is inevitable. So when changes are there, we have to cope with the change. If you don't cope with the change, then it will not be possible for us to go what is happening in the society, what is happening in the world. We cannot go step by step with the changing world. In India, every 50 kilometer dialects are changing. Technology is changing. Everything is changing. So it is up to us how we are adopting those technologies. So this, like this, as I told you, that it has been borrowed from the medical terminology, cultural humility. And when you use this term for libraries, so what are the services for the library? All types of services, whatever you want to go to that. So this is just a simple example I am citing here, which has been borrowed from here and there. This is not my word, this is borrowed word. That cultural humility is a lifelong commitment to self-evaluation and self-critique that emphasizes the growth of mindset in a lifelong life. So we have to know self-critics. Criticism is very good. Somebody thinks that criticism, anybody is criticizing, they say, and thinking negative of that. No. Criticism is a part and parcel of the life. If there will be no critics, if there will be no criticism, then how can we develop ourselves?
how this world is changing. Without criticism, the world cannot change. So that is, criticism shows the path to do better, or go ahead, prosperity go ahead. So that's why it's just like lifelong learning, you can say that. Learning never ends. Till your deathbed, person used to learn new things in different ways. When this computer came, people started telling that people will be jobless. Has then any people have become jobless? No. Rather, the job is increasing. Now we are talking about AI applications, etc. Whether job is going to be reduced? No. It is going to be, more person is going to get the job. So whenever new things are coming up, we have to adopt those things. And reconciliation is basically, when you talk about the reconciliation, etc. So when there is a difference between two things, now we are talking about human touch and re-humanizing. Re-imagining. Imaging computation. Re-imagining. So what is human touch? What is the re-imagining? So again, doing and again, thinking of what we have left, what we are going to do there. So when you combine those things together, that becomes the reconciliation, etc. That's why you can here say that it involves, regarding the cultural humility, it involves a person being self-aware of their own biasness experiences and maintaining an open, other-oriented stance to better understand and connect with people from different cultures. So we should know that if there is any difference, or if I am not willing to do that, he is not willing to do that, how the problem will be resolved. So that type of things are very important in this changing world. So the ability to maintain the interpersonal skills. Interpersonal is very important. Without interpersonal, we cannot go further again. So we have to know ourselves, how much water we are. If you do not know in how much water we are, then how can you do betterment of the services, betterment of the profession? Because library and info science is a changing profession. Nowadays, earlier we had the post librarian. Simply librarian. What is the work of the library? To issue and return the book. Now see the diversification of the library science posts. Posts are in different natures, like technical assistant, senior technical assistant, or library information officer, assistant library information. Even in multinational companies, president library, vice president library, that type of posts are there. Information scientist, that type of posts are there. Why this thing are coming up? These are all the reasons of the changes that are taking place. So everything comes under this. That's why you have to know. That's why this particular sentence is maintained written here. The ability to maintain interpersonal stance, that is, that the other oriented, open to the other person. So these are very important areas. And this is one of the important areas. I can say that but we do not see things as they are. We see things as we are. So in your eyes something is, in my eyes the same thing is something else. It becomes depends upon the interpretation. How we are interpreting the things. The same thing can be good for one person, same thing can be bad for another person. So this statement is also very important when you talk about the cultural humility, etc. So we don't see things as they are, and we see things as we are. So this is an important area. And when you talk about the cultural humility in action, so it is when you can say that LIS, Library Informed Science, servicing multicultural and multilingual people. As I told you just few minutes back, multicultural and multilingual means dialects are changing, languages are changing. So library does not mean that everywhere talk in English, everywhere talk in Hindi like that. We have to give preference to the local languages also. In local languages, in which area, suppose it is Bengal, Bengali must be there. Assam must be there. Bihar, Hindi must be there. Hindi speaking beds are there, Hindi must be there. Then you go for another area. One thing, when you talk about a library in science, one example let me cite, I will not name the university. So once I was called by university to evaluate the answer script of BRIC course. And I was given time, whatever time given, just my intention is to say something else. So in that examination, the zonal officer gave me more than 100 scripts. And out of that 100 scripts, some scripts were in Hindi, some scripts were in English, some scripts were in Bengali also, and few scripts in Urdu. Now say, I was called as a evaluator, I can evaluate only in English, but Hindi as my mother tongue I can do it. I stay live in Assam, I know Assamese read and write, I can do it. Bengali is similar to Assamese, so I can do that also. But luckily the assistant general officer was Bengali fellow. So whenever I was going through that, I was able to understand, I was taking his help. But what about Urdu? I have no idea about the Urdu. Then I requested the head of the department, general officer or the head of the department or tell the head of the department send one teacher or one research scholar. So it was done. One research scholar came. Then he was reading a script. I was listening it. Then I was giving the mark. And then I asked that person, you also put your signature. Whatever you have read correctly or not, that I don't know. So if there will be bias in the marks, then who will be in trouble? I shall be in the trouble. So that type of things. When there is a question of conflict, the reconciliation comes. Reconciliation is not only used in library science nowadays, it is applied, basically applied in commerce also. The reconciliation checks, reconciliation accounts, etc. So from that point of view, we are talking about in library science. So this is one example I have cited regarding the reconciliation. That there may be conflict if I do not know the subject and somebody is reading it, whether that person is reading correctly or incorrectly. So that type of things are there. So LIS professional must get trained and need to go understand the knowledge, whatever knowledge. So when you talk about anything, in the beginning I have told you that library personnel, we are the library professionals, we are picking any term. There was the age of cloud computing, there was the age of networking, now is the age of AI, virtual reality, augmented reality, all that things are coming up. So we, the professional, we have to train ourselves. If we do not train ourselves, then we cannot provide service because the need and requirement of the user will be different at different stages. And the purpose of the library is to provide service. If you not provide the service to the clientele, then what more we are sitting here. So that is why we have to upgrade ourselves. Whenever any opportunity comes, we have to upgrade ourselves. That is why we have seen that many of our professional colleagues, they used to get the certificate course or diploma in foreign languages, library automation, digital library, post-grad diploma in library automation, networking. Like that type of course, many person has done it, and you are doing it. Why? This is the reason that if any such type of things comes, you will be able to serve your library, serve your state, serve your nation, like that. So these are the time-tested things. So it is a lifelong process, as I told you, and it is very important for all. So another important point is that LIS professionals constantly think about their own biasness and keep in mind that they do not know the cultural context. No. We have to do that. We should know our limit. What is our limit? Based on the limit only you can proceed. So that is why this cultural humility operates in two dimensions with our colleagues and with our patrons. Colleagues is professional colleagues, patrons are our users, our readers. So we should not be biased. So I am sitting at the circulation counter and the students will get two books, I am giving 4 books. No. Rule is rule for all. Okay. For teacher, within 30 days the teacher has to return the book, the staff has to return the book. I am allowing for 6 months, years together, not asking any fine. That type of biasness should not be there. Okay, that's why lifelong process should be there and biasness should not be in the mind of any persons. So these are the 3 pillars of the this one given by Trevor Gracia and this one person they have defined. So these 3 pillars of cultural humility are there. Commit to learning. I have already cited the example of lifelong learning. Deliberate self-reflection and critique. I have already discussed about that. So criticism should be accepted, and if there is no criticism, then there is no development. Act to remove power imbalances, that is knowledge and dismantle power imbalances. So you have to keep balance. Whatever is coming over, you have to maintain the balance, you have to keep the balance, and then you have to render your service relentlessly. And as many persons say that library is a thankless job. No, it is not thankless job. We provide information, people automatically give you thanks. Okay, if the people start getting better service from you, but if anybody comes to your library and say, "अरे नहीं है जाके वहाँ देख लो," if that is the attitude, "अरे उस पता नहीं है library में है कि नहीं है," so that type of attitude should not be there. If this type of attitude there, then people certainly think that librarian is good for nothing. So it is you have to show your existence. The library professionals show their existence. That yes, I am here, I can do something, I can do better for the profession, and I can better for do better for the clientele, my user. Then my user will be satisfied, and that user will tell one person, that person will tell some other person, like that there will be a chain, and that library will come in limelight, and everybody will say that you go to that library is better library, that library will get better service. So librarians are very much prepared to work in all environments, with all increasing connected multicultural society. So you should be in a position to work anywhere. whatever the, don't have BDCCC, no problem. Professor Partha Sardi was talking in the morning, OCS, they have used it, OCSC, yes, was talking. They put the number, write the title, get the number. So you don't have any DDC, don't wait. I have seen many libraries. Sir, no DDC, no, nothing is there. How can I do the classification? Not doing anything. But there is a way now. If there is a will, there is a way. So you can take the help of OCSC, you can take the help of what Professor Sarthi, Professor Partha Sarthi has told. Automatically the DDC problem will be solved. Now, I think Professor Ravi has asked about CC. So those libraries who are using now, I am not sure if library 0% library is there which is not using CC. There may be 0. something percent library who may be using CC. So now they are working for CC also. You will get the CC number also. Cataloging, no need of cataloging. Nowadays, when you are doing automation, you use Koha, you use other software, you use Soul, whatever software you are having, digital library you use, whatever digital library, open access software are coming, connect with the co-workers. So if the librarian should lead from the front, if the librarian is not leading from the front, not there, his or her staff is not following him, not doing according to his order, then what is the use? So that library of no use. That librarian has to do. Oh, that's a commit to connect always. So these 3 pillars of cultural communities are very, very important. If all the library professionals who are working in the libraries, they maintain this, then library will be in good way, good direction. Thank you. Workplace. So there should be some advantage, there should be some disadvantage, because in the nature we have seen that without advantage, disadvantage, society cannot run. Newton, you know the third law of Newton, every action has its equal and opposite reaction. So there will be advantage, there will be disadvantage. So let us see some benefits of the community. An increased sense of belongingness. You should have sense of belongingness. Yes, this belongs to me. I am doing this. My scholar is doing this. My student is doing. My reader is doing that. Right type of belongingness should be there, and you should be in a position to guide at every moment. Then only the process. Better communication. Without communication, you cannot do anything. Allows growth with dignity and integrity. Integrity and dignity. This integrity and dignity cannot be purchased in the market, or it cannot be managed in one day. It is a lifelong process. So maintain the integrity, you have to maintain your lifelong process. One day, yes, to lose the integrity, it takes few seconds. But to maintain the integrity, it takes lives together, years together. So you have to maintain. That's why dignity and integrity must be maintained in the user as well as the library professional as well. It recognizes the strength in others. When you see something better as a library professional, something better in the end of the reader or student, you just encourage him to do better in this way. Don't get disheartened that I am reading this session. You are strong in that session. Do better in that session. Like that, you should do it. Reduce interpersonal conflicts. When you talk about conflicts, then interpersonal conflict, then the work named reconciliation comes. So there should not be any scope for the reconciliation. You work in such a way that everything will go in a smooth way. And psychological safety nowadays, psychology is one of the dangerous thing it has become. Since we have seen that 2019 pandemic, we have seen the psychology because of this type of things that online lectures started, online classes started. Then we have seen that some of the students from the poor family, they have to go for suicide, or weaker section people, they have to go for suicide because they cannot borrow or they cannot purchase the smartphone to do the classes or attend such type of things. So this is one of the biggest challenges. And you see this use and application of this ICT. It has opened the door after pandemic only. Before that, it was there, but it was slow. Now the speed is very high. So during that time, nowadays you see that problem is a little bit solved. But during that time, that everywhere, in many places in the country, the student made suicide by ways and means of different. But that was also solved to some extent. So we have requested through one forum in the state of Assam. Then we have seen that this society, after that, we have not heard any case of suicide, because through the online platform, by doing lectures, etc., we have told that there are many people who used to change their phone sets, device, cell phones, every 6 months or 1 year. Then through this podium, we have requested to the mass of the Assam or other parts of the country, those who have attended the program, that those who are willing to change their phone every now and then, and how much you are getting back, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 rupees. So don't change it, you purchase a new phone, and old phone, you give any poor student who is living near your residence, near your area. And that type of things happen in many places. And we have got the information, that this suicide ratio was completely become zero in case of children, etc. So that type of innovative works, etc. should done, and that was also done by the library professions only to that podium. So that is why I am talking such type of the reconciliation as well as the benefit of the community. So higher employee well-being, mental health. Higher employee well-being and mental health. There are always you find that there are some difference of opinion in many institutions and organizations. There is no, we are not able to sit together with our colleagues and friends. Various issues may be there. Sometimes that may be related to psychological problems, sometimes maybe intentionally, sometimes maybe unintentionally, or we don't know what is happening. So that type of thing should be avoided when you talk about this cultural communication. The word culture itself is a rich word. So culture means you have to follow the rules and regulations and what is happening in and around you. There is the culture, simple way. Society. What is happening in the society? When people, group of people living together in a place, area, there is society, and what is do the welfare of the society, that becomes a cultural element. So it's smoother collaboration and teamwork. So teamwork always better. When you're doing any work, the teamwork. This conference is a teamwork. One person cannot run a conference. There are various departments, academic department, food department, transportation department, accommodation department. So if one people try to organize something, everything, then that will be a great flop of that program. So there is a culture team, and that each team member contributes their help, then only this seminar is going to become successful. So there is a teamwork. So that type of thing. That is again, we talk about from where it has come. It has come from cultural communication. So left, now negative part. Paternalism. Paternalism means my son is working, I am working, now I am doing this post, my son will give post like that. So that a paternalism or biasness should not be avoided. Okay, should be avoided. Lack of respect, there should not be. We have to respect each and everyone. Lack of shared decision making. So whatever decision in a group we are making, that should be shared to all. That should not be confined to one person. Then there will be breach of contact and there will be breach of confidence, and then this reconciliation will be required for that. Then lack of autonomy. So autonomy should be given to everyone. In the library should give autonomy to the classifier, cataloger, to the person sitting in the circulation desk. Then only he or she can take their own decision and work can be performed properly. Sexism, classism, racism, homophobia should be avoided. Lack of communication. Communication should be given proper order. Judgment, always give the right judgment. Right judgment to right person in right way. If you are giving it, then there will be no problem in life. And feeling unheard or dismissed, that should be avoided. 3 reasons to incorporate cultural meeting: to improve communication with your colleagues. I have already told you, I am not going to again present it. Remove structural barriers of your colleagues and patrons. That is important. Remove the structural barrier. Any barrier comes, like maybe academic barrier, maybe promotional barrier, maybe social barrier, whatever the barriers are coming, physical way or other ways. So we should unite together and solve those issues. Then we find that there is no problem. Create a better life for your colleagues and patrons. Always go for a good thing. Always respect others, respect yourself, respect others, respect your colleagues, and always try to do better for your staff, for your employee, for your students. Then there will be no problem. Culture is a tool we can use in our libraries to help us better support our patrons and to improve communication with our colleagues. So I am giving emphasis on tools everywhere. So this type of things should be used as a tool, because I have cited a few minutes ago example. Now one example is that during 1995, when this internet became popular in our country, during that time nobody has thought that in the coming days the internet is going to rule over us and we are going to become slave of the internet. See, in the morning Rasta was talking about the family of 3 persons and they will get 5 cell phones. What that 5 cell phones used to do in the house, in single house. So everybody is busy. That has brought a digital divide, you can say directly, indirectly, you can say that has brought a digital divide. During lunchtime or breakfast time also everybody is busy taking food and everybody is busy with their cell phone. What is this? These type of things are coming from where? So again here the cultural media plays a major role. So those things, that type of things should be used as a tool only, not allow that tool to overcome you. With this I conclude. Thank you very much. I hope I have
your informative talk on cultural humility and reconciliation. And any questions from any of the participants? Yes, once again asking, is there any questions regarding this topic? Okay, now I would like to invite our next speaker, Professor S. Ravi, for his deliberation. Sir, welcome.
Good afternoon. Respected Chairperson Madam, Professor Kumar Singh and Professor Uday Bhattacharya and his dedicated team who have done marvelous job in making this international seminar a grand success, very systematic and coherent and cooperative way. There is no stuck work, there is no jagada anywhere. So all are going in a very smooth manner. Such kind of cooperation and doing a task with 0% error is very rare. You have a dedicated team. Hats off to one and all who are doing marvelous job continuously for this international seminar. I am really grateful and indebted to Professor Uday Bhattacharya ji who have invited me to have an invited talk in this very esteemed international seminar and respected people, band of great academicians, stalwarts from participants, delegates from various places and illustrious scholars, students of this magnificent university. I pronounce one and again for you all. And now coming to this topic is quite interesting. Human touch in the digital age. So wherever machines are occupying a major role, it greatly reduces the human touch. Human touch is vital. We are all human beings. We are all, even say, socialists say we are all social animals. We cannot survive alone in isolation. So that kind of socialization is very important. When computers are taking the various activities of a human being, now this is leading to inhumanizing. That's why it is called as Re-humanizing library information services. Professor F.W. Lancaster, during 1970, he published a paper that is towards paperless libraries. It was the coinage. Even in 1970, he visualized that no more print paper will be there. It will all be replaced by the digital collection. And the same Professor Lancaster, after 20 years, in 90s, he again published a paper that no amount of digital services, computer technology, etc., 3D, 4D, 5D, whatever the case may be, that cannot replace the kind, courteous, and careful and caring services of a library professional. Whatever the case may be, machines, they cannot supplement human beings. And he said that everywhere, in the recorded voice, you will be so much irritated. So it will call one, call two, like that, and it go on. It all are recorded languages, machine language. No human being, no interaction. You cannot exactly understand what you ask. Many things cannot be answered by computers. That's why a caring professional service is important. That's why Raghunathan said that librarian, he is the best person to provide. Yeah, we say that, see, it's a process. Library service, it's a process of establishing contact between the right reader and the right service at the right time and in the right personal way. This kind of personal touch, personal care and understanding, the machines cannot. So machines we can use, but judiciously, juxtapositionally to humans. Whatever, it should be go hand in hand with human touch. Then only, it will be successful. Then coming to my presentation, that is the topic given to me is digital storytelling
and narrative power. So digital storytelling, storytelling is one among the very ancient art in our society. Right from our, grandfather, grandmother's era. So we used to have a lot of stories by orally, those generations, stories have been passed orally. So mind was the storage device and the memory is the processor through which, people are telling memory is very good memory people have had. Now, anything and everything we search Google. Whatever, we have accustomed to this kind of habit. Our memory becoming decreasing because of this kind of more and more adaptive or more and more dependent to the technology. So storytelling is one among the very ancient one, and now digital story, because of the variety of technologies available, then we are using the various technologies, various audio visual devices, which makes more attractive. So digital story is most digital stories also focus a short theme ranging between 2 to 10 minutes. That will be quite appropriate and interesting. So these are all the tools and media used in digital storytelling. That is audio devices, image capture devices, computers, then digital media softwares. These are all the various peripheral items we use to make a digital story quite interesting. So can I show one example of a digital story? How it is catchy.
Video.
How we can.
Video.
However, we present. So this kind of audio visual presentation will be much nice.
Can you believe this house was printed using a giant 3D printer, not in US or Japan, but right in Chennai, India. At IIT Madras, a young group of engineers founded a startup called Pasta. It might on a cake, guided by a digital blueprint. In just 21 days, a fully functional 600 square foot home rises from the ground. Walls, rooms, and curves printed with precision. And the goal here is not luxury, it's accessibility. The goal is to make housing faster, cheaper, and more sustainable for millions of families who just can't afford it. Imagine a world where a village or a town that is destroyed by floods can be rebuilt in weeks, not months or years. And a world where a student project inspired in Chennai, India is sheltering the entire world. Surprisingly, 3D printing a house is shown to be 20-30% cheaper than actually building a house.
See, the digital effectiveness of this digital story. If I explain a 3D printer, just like 3D printer, you can print a house, it cannot reach. But you see, the audio visual presentation, the storytelling, this is the advantage of digital storytelling. So we can understand, see the various, what the ground reality, how they are making it. Otherwise, we are even unable to imagine how, how houses can be printed. On seeing the presentation, you can very well understand this is also possible. So this is the way in which the digital storytelling is having enormous advantages, and teachers are using it effectively for making the learner to understand hardcore subjects. Very easily we can make people to understand. However we explain, it cannot be yield a good result. But with this kind of, if you make it a story and use this audiovisual technology and sound track systems, that will be the aspect of digital storytelling. It persuades brain and heart, and it showcases their learning abilities, and 7 elements of digital storytelling. So point of view, that means what is the perspective of the author, what we are going to present. Then dramatic question, a question that will be answered by the end of the story. Ultimately, what is the theme we are going to make it presented. Then emotional content, serious issues that speak us in a personal and powerful way. We can present it in a very effective way. Then the gift of your voice, it should be go hand in hand with the lucid presentation, gift of voice. I don't know how much my voice is effective. Then the power of soundtrack, the sound system that makes me so happy. Even when we hear some beautiful, songs, the background music, melody or this kind of rock, then stimulate us, that kind of sound effects. That is also another advantage of this digital story. Then economy. So we have to should not overload with the content. Too much information, that will lead to improper understanding. Then pacing, we have to put it in the right way. So here, 21st century digital literacy, they say that digital literacy, global literacy, technology literacy, visual literacy, information literacy. These are all the 5 principal 21st century digital literacy. Then digital literacy skills, and here research skills can be developed. Then writing skills, it's all self-explanatory. Writing skills, organizational skills, then technology skills. Without technical knowledge and expertise, we cannot make a digital story successful. Then presentation skills. That's also presentation also very important. We have to present it in a manner which the people can hear and understand. Then interview skills, then interpersonal skills, problem solving skills, assessment skills. All these skills have been come in the way of digital storytelling. So another example of digital storytelling, just to show that how much it is effective. However, I explained that will not make that much good result. So audio effect, video effect, color. It's an international award winning short film. We are not going to play in full, just to show how much it's good. So, story of a poor boy and a rich boy. India is having both extremes. He don't like apple, but his mother every day gives one apple.
During photosynthesis, plants take in carbon dioxide, which is CO2.
12 बोतल 25 डिब्बे 22 अगर ऐसा कल हो जाएगा तो कल आइए चल जा
Denied salary. He said, come tomorrow. Throw the apple in the dustbin. How can one express this kind of expressions?
हमें देख क्या रहा है?
Actually, one day, in his class, his teacher was teaching about the poverty. And then he, felt very bad, and then he gave his food to the boy, and he understand what is poverty. This is the story behind this. The thing is, how effective the digital technology, through this digital storytelling, we can effectively present any subject. Then coming to the objectives of the digital storytelling, understand what digital storytelling is and its significance in modern communication, recognize the core components, then learn how to plan, script, produce and share a digital story, discover various softwares, apps, etc. So for this digital story, you have to have a thinking capacity. That is, you have to have a lot of creative thinking. The story is important. The theme is important. So creative thinking is important. Think and think. So if you are having imagination and thinking, but the thinking in the right perspective will lead to a proper presentation. Even everybody sees that apple is falling down. It was Newton that he developed that why this object is falling down instead of going up. The result is the law of gravitation. Like that thinking is very important. Then these are all the aspects of digital storytelling. So creative content, history, experience, marketing, communication, emotion, and share. These are all the various aspects of digital storytelling. Then which needs mixture of storytelling and multimedia. Just like in chemical labs, in the conical flask they put different chemicals. Here what we put, one side story, another side the multimedia technology. That narrates a very good research. So these are the benefits of digital storytelling. Enhance engagement, boost retention, we can memory power, we can easily remember the core idea. Then create narratives. From one story we can get another idea, germination of ideas. Then foster creativity, improve comprehension, and develop 21st century, that is digital skills. So digital storytelling process again, this is define purpose and identify the audience. Accordingly, we have to make our present. If it is the children, that is a different way. If it is a mature society, scholars, scientists, so we have to identify the audience. Accordingly, we have to make the script ready, then conduct research and locate evidence. We have to conduct a research and then we have to see the right things. Then outline the script, manuscript, you have to make it ready. Then collect resources and create. Then produce feedback and finally share the product. So various forms of digital storytelling. We have various technologies have been. We are using it. Digital comics and graphic novels, video storytelling, social media storytelling. We are every day we are accustomed to this. Virtual reality, interactive storytelling, podcast, audio, augmented reality. So that gives more when virtual and this kind of augmented reality. It seems that we are there in the jungle and animal is coming to bite us. So such kind of realistic effects it will give. That added more advantage, and we get more learning skills. Then various applications for creating digital stories, different so many platforms are there. Canva, Animator, Powton, OpenShot, Time Master, Audacity, Anchor, Pixton, Storyboard, that Story, Try, even many are there. Some of the things which are manually used, I have listed. And 7 basic digital skills. So gift of your voice is important. The power of soundtrack effect, then economy, then it should be brief, then pacing, then point of view, dramatic music, emotional content. These are all the various 7 basic digital storytelling criteria. Then key elements in storytelling, the power of narrative, visual and audio components, emotional engagement, interactivity, the audience participation. These are all the various other important elements in digital storytelling. Then best practices in digital storytelling, keep it simple. The story should be simple, music, and very easily one can understand. Use high quality medium. The technology we have used the latest one that is best of its kind. Incorporate a call to action. So these are all the various best practices we can adopt to give a better digital story. Then these are all the various tools, and we have seen book creator, then video, then some of the aspects of video. You are not much, I think this generation people are well versed with this technology. Storyboard, bird that, then anchor, flux clip. So this is the kind of this will come. This is another digital story, how the model we can easily get it. We will skip, now we are going to play in full.
Once upon a time in a small village, there lived an old lady. She was very old, with silver hair and a face full of gentle wrinkles. Because she was always happy, even when life was hard. She lived alone in a little house near the big banyan tree. She had no children, and her husband had passed away many years ago. But still, she never complained. She would sit under the tree, talk to people, and always smile. In that village, people worked hard. Some were farmers, some worked gun. Life was not easy, and men named Radha came to her. Radha was crying, her face full of work. She said, "I don't know what to do. My husband has gone to the city to find work, but he has not sent any money. My children are hungry, and I am scared." The old lady looked at Radha and smiled softly. "Sit down, my child," she said. "Tell me, what do you think will happen?" Radha wiped her tears and said, "I don't know. I feel like bad things will happen. What if my husband cannot find work? What if he forgets about us?" The old lady shook her head gently. "Radha, when we think bad thoughts, we feel worse. But if we think good thoughts, we feel better. And sometimes good things happen." Radha asked, "But how can I think good thoughts when everything is so bad?" She smiled again and said, "Let me tell you a story." Radha looked at her, curious. The old lady began, money to him and be happy. Think about what you will find peace. Things around. He looked at Radhas and said, change, because he changed his thinking. When we think positive, our heart feels light. Vilma, if you wake up every morning to care for only three, at my child came, she repeated. She worked hard, took Radha written back home. Radha was overjoyed. She ran to the old lady's house to share. We think, but if we face them with a hopeful heart, we can overcome them. Soon, other villagers.
This is, how the various three themes have been better represented with the digital story by adopting technology. Instead of telling many things, it will not get the desired result or complete understanding. So this is this old lady is a positive, always positive. Positive things will happen. That girl, she was always negative, that's why negative after negative things happen. Finally, she cultivated the habit of positive thing and the entire her life changed. This is the message. So like that, these are all the key insights of digital storytelling. And so this is my final slide. I hope you have enjoyed this. You can make a good digital story. Thank you so much. I would like to hear from you. I'm happy if somebody raise something so that I'm pleased to answer.
Just one observation.
Yes, please.
Yeah,
So,
in our childhood, our grandparents used to tell stories. So this thing was continuing just 50, 60 years ago. And people were happy, everyone was happy. So this thing is the same replica of that, we can say that, old wine in new bottle.
Much effective.
But yes.
Only one. Now we are adopting various technologies that enhance.
But one side effect will be there. So this storytelling, who will listen? The poor children, poor students, there is no device, nothing. Yeah, so only those who are having cell phone, those who are having, those who are rich, they can afford, they can listen. But the poor, digital divide is in India, the mass people are poor, lives in villages. For them it will be very difficult. So for them this storytelling about their grandparent will be better. But nowadays that is vanished, and everybody is occupied by this type of things. Thank you. This is kind of observation.
Yes, I understand. But still, some major chunk of our people cannot access to this technology. But now, thanks to the liberalization in this kind of things, and now people are digital, the community is increasing, alarming size. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So, to the expert talk by Professor Ravi and also Professor Singh, we have come to the conclusion of the talks by experts. Now we'll take up the presentations by participants. So, keeping in view the theme of this today's international seminar, that is human touch in libraries, both experts delivered their talk, while the first one was the cultural humility and also reconciliation, where Professor Singh also that is focused on that change is inevitable, and as human beings we have to adapt to the changes of the society and also to imbibe some qualities, and also we focused on the dynamism of cultural humility, like the quality of integrity, commitment and also the teamwork. And finally also Dr. Ravi also focused on that is the human touch in the digital age by focusing on the importance and impact of storytelling. Okay, so now we have the paper presenters and 5 presenters are there in this session. I am reading out their names and also their topic that they are going to be deliberated. So are they present over here? And it is my request to stick to the time so that we will be able to complete the session in due course. The first one is by Laltuai, which Dr. Sudeep Ranjan Hatwa, and the topic is metadata framework. Is he present, Sudeep? Sudeep Ranjan sir and also Laltu. Are they present? Okay. The second one by Seuli Sengupta. Is he present? Okay. The third one by Isita Dev, and who is going to speak on digital storytelling. And the fourth one by Devakan Halder, and the fifth one is by Momita Bose. Are they all present? Okay, it's fine. So now I request Lalway to proceed with his presentation. And please stick to the time. whatever students do not read the slides. Whatever is the essence where you have depicted your thought content that you try to present.
Good afternoon to all. On the dais of the dais, all my friends and teachers. Today my topic, myself likewise. Today my topic, metadata frameworks and knowledge based on indigenous medicinal plants in India and evolutive study. India is one of the world's richest knowledge base of medicinal plants. With the increasing digitization of knowledge, various institutions and government bodies have development knowledge base for documentation, preservation, and dissemination of information on medicinal plants. A crucial component of these repositories in the metadata schema used to organize, describe, and retrieve digital records. Metadata plays a vital role in ensuring data discoverability, interoperability, accessibility, and long-term preservation. However, institutions often develop custom metadata schemas to address domain-specific requirements, sometimes overlook international standards such as Dublin Code and Darwin Code standards. Objectives of the study. Two objectives in the research were to identify the metadata framework of knowledge-based continuing information on medicinal plants from various institutions and to examine and evaluate various metadata models employed by these knowledge base. Scope and coverage. In this present study, an attempt has been constructed to cover total 10 institutional knowledge-based repositories as per their web pages. Methodology. The web-based search methodology is being used to identify relevant knowledge base, here their organization and usability studies and analysis. There are 10 institutions in our research study. First of all, traditional knowledge digital library, then West Bengal Biodiversity Board, Central Institute of Medicinal and Aromatic Plants, National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources, Global Forest Biodiversity Initiative, Global Biodiversity Information Facility, Indian Biodiversity Portal, UNESCO Biodiversity, National Medicinal Plants Board, Botanical Survey of India. Then data collection and analysis. First of all, traditional knowledge, digital library, resources there, books, patent, research article 4.24 lakh formulations. There are metadata schema used, own developed metadata schema, but it is not follow up any metadata standard. 10 major institutions, the Traditional Knowledge Digital Library, the West Bengal Biodiversity Board, the Central Institute of Medicinals and Aromatic Plants, the National Bureau of Plants Genetic Resources, the Global Forest Diversity Initiative, the Global Biodiversity Information Facility, the Indian Biodiversity Portal, UNESCO Biodiversity, the National Medicinal Plants Board, and the Botanical Survey of India provide extensive digital resources on medicinal plants and biodiversity, including books, patents, data sets, research articles, conservation records, specialized database, and community-driven contributes. These repositories support documentation, conservation, research, and global knowledge exchange across traditional medicinal plant genetics, forest diversity, specific distribution. Only one institution, UNESCO Biodiversity, uses recognized metadata standard, only Dublin Code and EAT database. The remaining 9 institutions employs custom developed metadata schemas, leading to inconsistency and limited interpretability across platforms. Next, data analysis and next findings.
The traditional knowledge digital library is a major database preventing traditional medicinal knowledge from ancient texts. It contains book, patent, research article, and about 4.24 lakhs formulation from Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, and Yoga systems. Then West Bengal Biodiversity Board promotes biodiversity documentation, conservation, and sustainable use through various initiatives, including conservation projects, biodiversity parks, kitchen garden, and record of local flora and fauna. Next, the Central Institute of Medicinals and Aromatic Plants focus on research, innovation, and of medicinals and aromatic plants, offering resources such as patent, research articles, product, quality, planting materials, publication, specialized database like AromaDB and DBMDR. The National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources manage specialized database such as CSIRO, MTS, and FGB to support the conservation and management of plant genetic resources. The Global Forest Biodiversity Initiative offers comprehensive global dataset of tree-specific and forest ecosystem ecology. Then the Global Biodiversity Information Facility offers open access species records, dataset, and research articles that support global research, biodiversity monitoring, and policy making. Then the Indian Biodiversity Portal integrates scientific and citizen science contribution to provide specific information, taxonomy data, and biodiversity literature, supporting the documentation and monitoring of Indian biodiversity. The UNESCO Biodiversity Resources offer digital electronic such as a Atom Archive, multimedia, and web archives, and the Unitum database, supporting global research and documentation of biodiversity knowledge. The National Medicinal Plants Board offers the e-chakra databases, a digital repository of comprehensive information of Indian medicinal plants, supporting research, conservation, and sustainable uses. The botanical this conclusion. This evaluative study reveals that digital repositories on medicinal plants across various Indian institutions such as Botanical Survey of India, National Medicinal Plants Board, and Traditional Knowledge Digital Library employ a diverse range of metadata practices, often shaped by their unique metadata, data types, and user needs. This lack of standardization, while providing flexibility and contextual relevance, often result in limited interoperability, restricted discoverability, and challenges of data sharing across platforms and stakeholders. Thank you, everyone.
Is there any question on the presenter?
Thank you all.
The next presenter is Singli Sargupta, Director GMS in Mahavidya. I request Singli Sargupta to come forward for the presentation.
Madam, time se chal raha hai, time se chal raha
Yes. It will wind up around 4:40. So 3 presenters are left.
Namaskar. Very good afternoon, everyone. Today I will be talking about YouTube and the dynamics of digital storytelling. Storytelling, as we all know, is a universal human practice through which individuals and communities transmit values, experiences, and knowledge across time and space. From oral tradition and written text to broadcast media, storytelling has continually evolved alongside technological innovations. ছোটবেলার ঠাকুরমার ঝুলি থেকে পঞ্চতন্ত্রের গল্প, একটু বড় হয়ে ইতিহাসের পাতায় অজানা অতীত দিনের খোঁজ, বিজ্ঞান, কল্পবিজ্ঞানের গল্প, দেশ বিদেশের নানান গল্প, পরবর্তীকালে শরৎচন্দ্র, রবীন্দ্রনাথ, ব্যোমকেশ, ফেলুদা, রেডিওতে গল্প দাদুর আসর, গল্প কার না ভালো লাগে। আসুন দেখে নিই বর্তমান যুগে গল্প বলিয়েরা কিভাবে নতুন মোড়কে তাদের ন্যারেটিভ গুলোকে আমাদের কাছে পৌঁছে দিচ্ছেন। Here we will explore how YouTube functions not just as a video platform but as a powerful storytelling ecosystem that shapes culture, influences participation, and drives new form of narrative expression. So what is digital storytelling? As defined by Lambert in 2013, the digital storytelling is the modern expression of the ancient art of storytelling using digital media. On YouTube, digital storytelling has become more democratic and participatory. Anyone with a smartphone can publish a story and reach millions. This shift has blurred boundaries between creators and audiences, experts and amateurs, and traditional media versus digital media. So why YouTube dominates storytelling? As you all know, YouTube is the world's largest video sharing platform and second largest search engine. As a leading platform, YouTube not only accommodates vast amount of user-generated content, but also transforms the way narratives are created, circulated, and experienced. It is a thriving space for storytellers. It also serves multiple roles: a social media network, a learning platform, an archive, and a creative marketplace, offering endless possibilities for narratives to evolve. YouTube offers the integration of multimedia elements like video, text, audio, graphics. The platform's availability across devices and geographical boundaries enables storytellers to reach diverse and transnational audiences. Features such as closed captions and automatic translation extend accessibility for individuals with hearing impairment and non-native speakers, thus widening the inclusivity of storytelling. YouTube offers interactive storytelling through its community features like comments, like, subscription, live chats, and community tab. These participatory affordances foster collaborative storytelling. YouTube's algorithm prioritizes watch times and retention, which influences pacing of storytelling style, and analytics guide creators in understanding audience behavior, such as where users drop off. Newer features like YouTube Shorts encourage brief, snappy narratives, ideal for mobile users. The community tab allows creators to continue storytelling beyond the video itself. YouTube's monetization features like advertising revenue, channel memberships, super chats, sponsorships enable storytellers to sustain long-term content creation. This has given rise to a professional class of creators whose digital stories blend entertainment, education, and cultural engagement, making YouTube a central hub in the creative economy. YouTube supports a wide range of storytelling genres that reflect its multimodal and participatory nature. In the next few slides, you will get examples from multiple domains in which digital storytelling has been utilized. Educational channels like Crash Course simplify complex ideas, while libraries share digital tours. Sustainable creators like BBC Art document zero-waste living and climate action, and political issue channels like Deshbhakt, News Laundry, etc. explain current issues or events. Stories of empowerment and trauma recovery offers personal healing narratives, while media analysts unpack films and news. Personal development guides focuses on habits and motivational talk. Travel bloggers showcase cultural engagements. Entertainment channels deliver humor or fiction, and documentary or personal blogs blend real-life observations with personal storytelling. Here, I will recommend you to go through these channels. Details have been given in the full article. It will surely entertain you, educate you, make you more knowledgeable, and help you to become a part of a dynamic digital environment. As we have already discussed, a global reach, multimodal creative tool, interactive community features, monetization opportunities, sustainable narratives. Together, these affordances make YouTube an accessible, engaging, and participatory space for storytelling. Nowadays, libraries are increasingly using YouTube to share their stories, showcase their collection, engage with communities through virtual exhibitions, educational videos, and cultural narratives. By creating digital content, they extend their mission beyond physical spaces and become active storytellers in the digital environment. But there are some challenges also, like unpredictable algorithm visibility, monetization pressures that shape creative choices, ethical concerns related to privacy, ownership, representation issues, and misinformation. Long-term preservation is also difficult as platform-dependent content is vulnerable to removal, changes, and digital decay. After analyzing the trend or growth of digital storytelling on YouTube, we can predict that the future of YouTube storytelling will be shaped by hyper-personalized feeds, advanced AI-assisted creation, and some VR or AR formats alongside stronger creator-centric communities. Mobile-first storytelling, heightened ethical awareness, and deeper fusion of education, activism, and entertainment will further expand YouTube's evolving narrative landscape. So YouTube is now a major hub for digital storytelling, combining rich multimedia expression with active audience participation and worldwide visibility. By emphasizing ethical practices, accessibility, proper attribution, and long-term preservation process, creators and institutions can shape storytelling ecosystems that are more inclusive, impactful, and enduring. Thank you so much for your kind hearing. These are the references. And please stay tuned for our next presenter. She will explain another aspect of digital storytelling. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I request the next presenter, Isita Dev, librarian Ramon Mission High School, and she will be speaking on digital storytelling. Please stick to the time. 1 second I'm requesting.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today we are going to present our topic, Digital Storytelling, the method for engaging students in media literacy. Coming to the introduction, the rapid progress of technological advancements has led to various changes and transformations in different fields, and education is one of them. These change and transformation also have affected the learning and teaching processes. The methods and techniques, tools, and materials used in education have undergone serious changes from past to present, and one of them is storytelling. Digital storytelling basically refers to a form of storytelling which utilizes digital technology and media. To create a new and highly interactive narrative experience, digital storytelling combines traditional narrative techniques with modern digital technology. It combines the art of telling stories with a mixture of digital media, along with text, pictures, recorded audio narration, music, and video. These multimedia elements are blended together using computer software to tell a story which usually revolves around a specific theme or topic, and often it contains a particular point of view. Most digital stories are relatively short, with a length between 2 and 10 minutes, and are saved in a digital format which can be viewed on a computer or other device capable of playing video files. It can be constantly updated and expanded, adding new plots, characters, and interactive elements, giving the story the potential for sustained development. Digital storytelling has steadily grown in popularity and is currently being practiced in a myriad of locations, including schools, libraries, museums, medical and nursing schools, community centers, etc. Coming to the history, digital storytelling originated in the early 1990s at UC Berkeley with workshops led by Joe Lambert and Dana Ackley, which combined personal narrations with images, audio, and video. In the year 1994, they founded the San Francisco Digital Media Center with Nina Mullen. Over the next few years, the group developed a curriculum that formed the basis of community workshop called Digital Storytelling. It gained momentum with the establishment of the Center for Digital Storytelling, which is now Story Center, has moved to Berkeley in the year 1998. There are many different types of digital stories, but the three major types are personal narratives, historical documentaries, and informative stories. Some of the examples of digital storytelling are Netflix, Navy, etc. Next, coming to the evolution of digital storytelling. The evolution of digital storytelling has moved from simple text-based blogs to complex, interactive, and immersive narrative that combine multimedia. This progression is driven by internet technologies, social media, and immersive tools. This evolution has democratized storytelling, allowing anyone to create and share stories globally in new and engaging formats. Coming to the elements of digital storytelling. According to digital storytelling pioneer Joe Lambert, there are certain elements which need to be considered in the making of a digital story. The Center for Digital Storytelling has been very influential in identifying the major elements of digital story by breaking the creative process into 7 steps. This process is known as the 7 elements of digital storytelling, which includes the following components, and those are point of view, a dramatic quotient, emotional content, the gift of your voice, soundtrack, economy, and pacing. Next is how to create digital storytelling. So, to create digital storytelling, 8 main steps we need to follow. Each step is built on the previous one, moving from a conceptual idea to a tangible, shareable digital experience. So, the process is first start with an idea, then research or explore, learn about the topic. Next, develop an outline for the narrative. After that, we need to create a storyboard. As soon as it is done, we need to gather the materials which we are going to use to create digital story. Then all the pieces are put together, and finally the digital story becomes ready to be shared through social media, websites, or any other platforms that we use to create it. Coming to the role of digital storytelling in media literacy. Digital storytelling is crucial for media literacy because creating multimedia narrative develops critical thinking, skills in communication, encourages engagement with digital tools, and enhances understanding of how media messages are constructed.
Now coming to the tools and techniques for digital literacy. Digital storytelling uses a variety of tools and techniques such as storyboarding for planning and multimedia elements like video, audio, images to create narrative. Now at first we are coming to the digital storytelling. Digital storytelling tools are computer-based platforms and applications which enables creators to easily produce and share dynamic stories across the internet. Here, as you can see, some of the free and open source digital storytelling tools like Omega, StoryMap.js, Twine, Scalar, etc. Now in this slide, you can see the all the proprietary digital storytelling tools like Google Slide, Canva, Storybird, and Pixar, etc. Now coming to the techniques for digital storytelling. Digital storytelling techniques for digital storytelling involve using multimedia elements to craft engaging narratives combining visual, audio, and interactive features to create immersive experience. So the technique used for digital
storytellings are multimedia education, non-linear narrative, user participation, and transmedia storytelling. Next, coming to the application of digital storytelling tools in educational life. Digital storytelling offers diverse application not only in education but also in libraries. It serves as a powerful tool. All the application of digital storytelling in the field of education are student engagement and learning outcome, where digital storytelling enhances student motivation, engagement, etc. Next, digital literacy and skill development. Now come to the application of digital storytelling in the field of library art, communication and user engagement. Next, it's preserve local histories and cultural narratives, etc. Next, come to the impact of digital storytelling on student engagement. Digital storytelling fosters communication skills by allowing students to idea organization, process formulation, opinion expression, and narrative construction. Some of the impacts of digital storytelling are: digital storytelling involves understanding purpose, shaping narratives, selecting content, and ensuring clarity, quality, and focus. Next, the 7-element approach to digital storytelling emphasizes individual involvement, research, and critical thinking. Next, coming to the benefits of digital storytelling. Some of the benefits of digital storytelling for students are enhanced communication and collaboration, deeper reflection and understanding, encourage creativity, development of higher order thinking and skills, etc. Now coming to the challenges of digital storytelling. The implementation of digital storytelling can pose numerous challenges that necessitate strategic planning and resource allocation. Some of the challenges of digital storytelling are technological barriers, staff training and skill gap, lack of localized inclusive content, lack of user engagement and digital literacy, etc.
Coming to the conclusion, digital storytelling or digital is a modern extension of the ancient art of storytelling, which has emerged as a dynamic and transformative medium that bridges the gap between ancient narrative traditions and modern digital technologies. It is one such innovation that has had a profound impact on learning. It uses multimedia technology to combine text, images, audio, and video effectively, enhancing students' interest and engagement in learning. Digital storytelling has now become increasingly popular in the field of education in recent years as an information exchange and communication tool that integrates both technological and humanistic frameworks. It engages students in deep and meaningful learning, improves motivation, and helps in the development of media literacy and cultural competency. Through its unique elements and interactive nature, digital storytelling enhances critical thinking, promotes active participation, and shapes audience engagement. Thus, digital storytelling has greatly impacted media literacy by transforming the way we consume and engage with media content. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Isita and Lipika. The next presenter is Welcome Sundar. He is a scholar from this department, and his topic is on cultural diversity and institutional reconciliation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Devkanta, research scholar of this department. So, my topic is the gatekeeper mindset, exploring synergies, cultural humanity, and institutional reconciliation practice in this practice. So, why it is needed in crucial in today? So, today we stand at pivotal crossroad of the profession. So, dehumanization. So, why you take this? Because we stand there for the marginalized and the indigenous community people to counter the injustice and ongoing inequalities and systematic bias for today. So objective. So define cultural humanity, analyze their interdependency, explore the best practice case studies, and discuss the challenges and barriers. So key concept I not discuss because Sanjay sir in your previous talks is discussing this. So where it is idiosyncrasy because it is the trait of the personality of the cultural humanity and reconciliation. It is interdisciplinary because when the cultural humanity is problem, so the reconciliation is the remedy of these problems. So it is the interdependency to each other. So when we implemented this, so there are some policies for individual, for institution and educators, but in spite of this, here in the some traits, so we listen more about this community where they told and the question assumption and according to preserve this knowledge according to digital tools or storytelling method. So challenge there, it is the first the metadata and then the personalized challenge because they are the self-reflection because the self-biasness, it is very much effect on this type of preserving the knowledge system. And the best practice, so there is the digital storytelling method or the digital humanism method to preserve this kind of local knowledge to further generation. So, in last, there is a question: are we committed to decommunalize this kind of thing? So there is the answer. So, our professional integrity and willingness to give the opportunity that colonized, marginalized, and community people to establish their knowledge and thoughts in front of the digital society. Thank you.
Now I'd like to call the last registered of this session, Dr. Somen Mandal.
না ঠিক আছে
Chairperson of the DAS and my teachers of the DAS and all the DAS professionals. My topic of presentation is cultivating information trust and authority among undergraduate students in the surveillance study in West Bengal. So the study aims to explore how the students engage with digital information sources and they recognize trust and authority in online content and assess the current and potential role of libraries in guiding their information practices. Key objectives of the study are to examine undergraduate students' information seeking behavior, to explore students' perception of trust and authority in online information, to assess students' confidence in detecting misinformation, to evaluate the perceived role of libraries in promoting information trust, and to investigate students' preference for human versus automated support in digital services. The study is a descriptive and surveillance methodology was followed for the study, and I have prepared a structured questionnaire comprising 20 open and closed-ended questions for data collection, and data was collected from 200 undergraduate students across various colleges in North 24 Parganas in West Bengal. And after that, their data, collected data was analyzed using various tables, charts, etc. And some open-ended responses also analyzed theoretically. The key findings of my study are shortly summarized here. 55% of students use Google search as their primary information source. And YouTube also serves an important visual learning platform for 65% of students. While side by side, library resources are underutilized at only 28%. Students show a complex and often contradictory understanding of information credibility, recognizing traditional indicators while remaining influenced by social media activities. When we can see that author credentials and institutional affiliations like 72 or 65% user, but side by side number of likes and shares also by social media metrics prepared 35% of students. Only 24% students feel very confident in identifying fake information online, and 41% of students admit that they have shared false information online at least once. 68% students believe that library resources are more trustworthy than Google, but it is also found that only 16% students have attended library-led training on digital content evaluation. So I have also found that 61% students prefer human support over automated system. So why students value human guidance? Because of personalized, they need actually personalized advice. They also need empathy and understanding and human touch. Students appreciate the interpersonal connection and human touch that comes from interacting with information professionals. So these are some key recommendations for libraries based on this study. Libraries should design human-centered digital literacy programs. We should integrate digital convenience with empathetic assistance. We should develop discipline-specific strategies and offer personalized guidance and proactively promote library resources and expertise. So, in conclusion, I can say that the key findings of the study are students rely on digital sources, with Google being the primary gateway. Students value that traditional trust indicators, but also are influenced by social media metrics, and only 24% students have found that they feel very confident in identifying fake information. Now, the library's role, library are viewed as trustworthy by 68% of students. So 61% students also prefer human support over automated systems, and students also value empathy and personalized advice. So we can say that libraries should design human-centered digital literacy programs, and they should provide personalized guidance and consultations, and also actively promote library resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marvel. So these 5 presentations we have come to the conclusion of this session. Is there any questions by any of the participants for the presenters? So here is this I declare the session and over here. Thank you all.
Thank you, madam. With this, we are ending our technical session 2. The next session will be led by Turushi Lokhi, research scholar, DLI, Jadavpur University.
Thank you, Kira. Good afternoon, everyone.
Now we are going to start our third technical session. We are very much delighted to announce that Dr. Sushant Banerjee, librarian, West Bengal State University, is the chairperson of this session. Dr. Banerjee comes from Islampur, a subdivision town of West Bengal. After doing his masters from GRTC in Bangalore, he worked in several organizations including all major stock exchanges in India and the corporate like DLF. He was the founding director of the British Council, Chandigarh. After British Council assignment, Dr. Banerjee joined as the director of American Information and Resource Center, American Consulate in Kolkata. He wanted to work in Indian academia, so he left American Center and joined West Bengal State University as the university librarian and the director of the Center for Advanced Studies. In West Bengal State University, he developed a state-of-the-art knowledge center from the scratch
and also opened the Library and Information Science Department for the benefit of rural students, most of whom belong to the marginalized families, and also to create employment opportunities for the talented young generation in the field of library and information science. Dr. Banerjee received many national and international awards, including Librarian of the Year Award by ISLI, Superior Honor Award from the Department of States of the Government of the United States of America. He visited many countries in Europe and Asia, and also many states of the United States of America for his professional development. He did his PhD on marketing and public relations. Dr. Banerjee is a follower of the ideology of former Indian President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. I would like to request sir to come on the dais and take your seat. We heartily welcome you, sir. Now, I would request our volunteers to come forward and offer felicitation to our respected dignitaries. We are very much happy to announce the name of our another chairperson of the session, Dr. Sushanta Kumar Senapati. He is the former head Knowledge Resource Center and former associate professor of Academy of Scientific Innovation and Research, a national importance institution formed by Parliament of India. He has more than 35 years of experience. He was associated with Delhi Public Library, Conservation Laboratory of National Museum Institution, Deemed to be University, National Institute of Health and Family Culture, New Delhi. Finally, he is in Central Building and Research Institute, National Level Institution of CSIR, India. He has several publications, 63 research papers he has published, 2 books scored book review, and he is the editor of CBRI newsletter and annual reports. He is also published travelogue in Tourism Journal and any other Hindi publication. He is presently the Vice President of IASLI and Asian Library Association. We heartily welcome you, sir. Please come on the dais. Now, I would request our volunteers to come forward and offer felicitation to sir. We are very much grateful to Dr. Saptarshi Ghosh, Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, University of North Bengal, Siliguri, India. He is amongst us to deliver his thought-provoking lecture as an invited speaker of this technical session. Professor Ghosh is an academic in the field of library and information science at University of North Bengal, India. He holds an MA from the University of North Bengal and an MLRC from Jadavpur University in first division and position in order of merit. He also earned his PhD from Jadavpur University. He joined the faculty at NBU in 2001. He currently a professor in the Department of Library and Information Science, NBU. His primary research interests lie in the application of computer technologies in LIS, sociology of information science, knowledge management, digital literacy, open access repositories, and metadata. He has published extensively in peer-reviewed international journals and conference proceedings. Professor Ghosh is also actively involved in administrative and professional bodies. He is a member of organizations such as BLA, YASLIC, ALA, ITLA, etc. Now, sir, please come on the dais and take your seat. Volunteers, please come forward. Cheers.
Fantastic. What else is
Now, I would request Dr. Banerjee sir and Dr. Senapati sir to take charge of the session.
I think everybody tired. Day-long session, technical session. I think it's last for today. Very outset, I must thank Professor Mohit Bhattacharya. He giving me a chance for sharing the session along with Dr. Sushant Rai. Learning is a lifelong process, you know. We learn from very childhood from mother, and still learning. No, nothing is a full stop. Maybe comma, but always learning. As a both the chairman, we are so practicing librarian, we are no teacher. I wasn't something teacher, but you know, when we entered the library profession, actually, I passed out from Delhi University, BBC. During this student life, I learned the computer, and I learned the CDS ISL package at that time. Then joined the Public Library, there is no computer. After that, selected the higher scale, I got the National Museum, and Japan Laboratory for documentation line. Then there is no computer. Then I demanded, because their photographic more than the other books. Anyhow, they started there something, learning something, how to think, cataloging the photographs of these things. After then again, I went to University National Museum Institute. They are shifted to National Institute of Health and Welfare. They are computers. So I learned there a lot of things and shifted finally Central Building Research Institute. And they are computer with a LibSys package. There we converted the catalogs to operate auto database created. Then everything is running, you know. After then the e-resources come, we have the CSR consortium journals with fast train to others. Because you know, librarian is always the learner. They learn first, Then they train to other staff, junior staff, or the users. How can you use the e-resources on that time? And our the first e-journal resource consortium, the CSIR, made with the NTRC consortium. Then we started one of these IR, Institute Positive D-Space. Then we had the one of the project, NoGet project. Then again we converted the UC's database to this, what is called today's, or what is called free database. So then after that, then the RFID system, then everything. So we implemented D-Space for the RFID, for the institutional repository. After then again the RFID system with this smart card. So everything with the only not learned, we implemented step by step. What are the latest technology for the library? We implemented one by one. And luckily, IR introduced retired. But still we are learning what are the things for IR implement with the library. So this the things human touch, human love. Ultimately, we know machine can do nothing. Ultimately, human needs. So you see, so you are taking the food outside 3-star or 4-star hotel, or through different agencies you are just ordering the foods and taking enjoying. But remember, घर का खाना, माँ का हाथ का खाना really is good thing. You can't just forget because you're touching, human touch. Mother know you better. What are your favorite items? How the good food for you, and some love, affection, know everything. So mother's touch is a real food prepared by mother. We can't forget anywhere. Same thing, the library. You enter somewhere in the library. If you give everything except for self-help, he can search, he can everything, but ultimately needs your help. You see, ultimately needs your help. So why? Whatever the we are implementing needs the human help. So why we are library staff are doing human touch, human help. We are ultimately doing. So the today's topic is very relevant everywhere because whatever doing the AI or something high level, but without human beings we can't run because everything we are interacting with the human. Earlier we know what is the reference librarian, so they can interview to users what actually needed. Same thing today is that the natural language processing are here, but ultimately the needs the human being, what the actual need. Like the mothers, he know better what are the foods are needed for our children. With a few lines, I will request my
আমার এক বেঞ্চিতে বসা উদয়ন প্রফেসর ভট্টাচার্য না বললে আজকে এখানে হবে না, তাই প্রফেসর ভট্টাচার্য বলছি। আর যারা বসে আছে সবাই আমার জুনিয়র সামনে, দো দে আর দ্য ডিগনিটারিজ এন্ড দে আর দ্য পিলার্স অফ লাইব্রেরি সায়েন্স টুডে। আমার কাছে যখন এই টপিকটা সম্বন্ধে এলো re-humanization, I felt really jumping. It is something really good because wherever we go, it is digital version, AI, বড় ডাটা, ছোট ডাটা, বিগ ডাটা, মেটা ডাটা, মানে এত কিছু এইসব নিয়ে চলছে। তো এই সাবজেক্টটা আমার খুব মানে ক্লোজ টু মাই হার্ট and lot of participation. Is a mini India. I see people from Tamil Nadu, from other places. So thanks goes to Department of Library Science of this university, students, researchers, everyone. It says, তোর ইচ্ছেতে উষ্ণতার রোদ্দুর হতে পারি বা শীতের ফ্রিজ। তোর ইচ্ছেতে উষ্ণতার রোদ্দুর হতে পারি বা শীতের ফ্রিজ। তুই বই প্রেমী হলে আমি হব কলেজ স্ট্রিট। খয়াম আরেকজন বিখ্যাত লেখক, আপনারা জানেন ওনার কিছু ইচ্ছে ছিল। উনি একসময় বলেছিলেন যে রুটি মদ ফুরিয়ে যাবে, রুটি মদ ফুরিয়ে যাবে, প্রিয় প্রেয়সীর কালো চোখ ঘোলাটে হয়ে আসবে, কিন্তু নতুন বইখানি সে তো চির যৌবন, সে আমার সাথেই থাকবে। এটা তার বেহেশতে যাওয়ার একটা ইচ্ছে ছিল, যেটা মুস্তাফা সিরাজ আমাদের সামনে নিয়ে এসেছেন। সো এই যে আমি শুরু করতে চাই, আমার মনের কথা এইখানে সবই আছে, বিগ ডেটা আছে, ছোট ডেটা আছে, এআই আছে। আমাদের লাইব্রেরিয়ানদেরকে এসব ভাবতে শিখিয়েছে 1986, যখন ইন্টারনেট আরনেটের মাধ্যমে রিসার্চার এবং এডুকেশনিস্টদের কাছে এলো। লং ব্যাক 1986, 1995 বিএসএনএল 15th অগাস্ট ইন্টারনেটকে পাবলিক করে দিলেন। সাথে সাথে আমাদের লাইব্রেরিয়ানদের কাজ বই থেকে কেমন করে যেন ঘুরতে 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 ইন্টারনেটের দিকে চলে গেল। আমরা সবাই ইঞ্জিনিয়ার হতে চেষ্টা করলাম, বিকজ রুটি রোজির ব্যাপার, এগুলো না হলে লোক তো আসবে না। ডিজিটাল সার্ভিস এতক্ষণ শুনছিলাম, যারা ছেলেরা মেয়েরা প্রেজেন্ট করছিলেন, 5টা পেপার প্রেজেন্ট হলো, 5টাই দেখলাম ডিজিটালের উপরে হলো। That says trend is changing. So we have to accept that change. But trust me, human relations, public relations is the key word. Is the key word. Public relations যদি আমরা লাইব্রেরিয়ানরা ভালো করে করতে উঠতে না পারি, তাহলে এই যে আমরা এত ডেটা নিয়ে আলোচনা করছি, সেটা কতজনের কাছে গ্রহণযোগ্য হবে সেটা ভাববার সময় এসেছে। আমি জাস্ট একটা ছোট্ট কথা বলে শেষ করব, কারণ আমি জানি আরেকটা আছে, সেই ছোট কথাটা নাই বললাম, আরেকটা মজার কথা বলে শেষ করবো। আমি জানি জোকসটা অনেকেরই শোনা। এক জায়গাতে ওই কাওয়ালি জাতের যে গান হয়, যেটা চলতে থাকে সারা রাত ধরে, যেটা চলে, সেটা কি গান আমি জানি না, আমার খুব একটা পছন্দের না, বাট অনেকের খুব পছন্দের। যাই হোক, সেইখানে এটা অনেকেই শুনে থাকবেন আপনারা, সেইখানে সব লোক চলে গেছে, প্রায় ভোর 3:30 হয়ে গেছে, তা ওই চলছে। এবার দুজন বসেছিল মাত্র, যে শিল্পী উনি বলছেন আপনারাই একমাত্র আমার গান বুঝলেন, আর কেউ বোঝার মতো কেউ ছিল না, স্যালুট টু ইউ। ওরা বলছে ম্যাম, আপনি যে শতরঞ্জিটাতে বসেছেন ওটা আমাদের, সেটা না নিয়ে কি করে বাড়িয়ে। আমি কথাটা কেন বললাম, কারণ লাঞ্চের পরে, এতগুলো সেশনের পরে, এত কিছু বক বক শোনার পরেও এতগুলো লোক এখানে বসে আছে। স্যালুট টু ইউ অল, থ্যাংক ইউ সো ভেরি মাচ। Now we have a very very young dynamic professional leader of this field, Professor Saptarshi from North Bengal University. I feel so proud to say I am the first batch student of his university. প্রথম যে ব্যাচটা খুলেছিল বিলিভে, আমি ওই বিলিভের ওখানে ভর্তি হয়েছিলাম। রাত্রে আমাদের ক্লাস হতো, লয়ের ঘরে অন্ধকার হয়ে গেলে অন্ধকারই হয়ে গেল, সেখানে আলোর ব্যবস্থা থাকতো না। What a fun it was. But now his section, wherever I go, I have a very limited scope, of course, to visit his department. But yes, I visited his department, and it looks like, so many things are there. Lovely rooms, lovely computer rooms, everything. So he is the head, he is the manager, or everything there in that university department now. So it's my pleasure to welcome, with a big round of applause, to Professor Saptarshi Ghosh.
What about your shot? Explain.
Oh, this is from a Jagata number.
Is there any indication or is there any direction? Wonderful. Very nice. কি ঢোকে না? ঢোকেটা কি? সব ঢোকে, সব ঢোকে।
চলো ইউনিভার্সিটির নাম বলো।
তোমার স্কলার মাইক নেই সপ্তশী? এই স্কলার মাইক নেই?
আমাদের একটা সুযোগ আছে, এখানে আমাদের কাউকে তাড়া করতে হবে না।
কারণ কি ওখানে একটা টুল দে, কিছু দেখা যাচ্ছে না।
So enjoy your time.
ওখানে টুল দে না, কিছু দেখা যাচ্ছে না। কিছু একটা উঁচু করে দে। হ্যাঁ, উঁচু করে দে, কিছু মুখ দেখতে পাচ্ছি না। আমার তো ফটো এসে পডিয়ামে মুখ আছে। হ্যাঁ, করলে এখানে বল। You come here. He is a very good speaker. You please come here. Right. Wonderful. So this is the discovery.
First of all, thank you the chair of this session as well as all the chairs of this session. Basically, I am not a magician. The way I was called, it looks like that when I have some kind of tricks that I will give to you. Like that when I'm a magician and I will go for a magic here today. Believe me, I am not like that. So I want to bring some magic in academics. And that is how you can tell me that one academic magician, not a magician in that sense. And with that one, I am starting that. So actually the organizer, specifically Professor Bhattacharya, who is eventually my PhD supervisor also, and he gave me one topic that is human interaction, that is user experience, human-centric design, user experience as well as the library. So now I find that one a kind of troublesome one because we talked a lot of things regarding UI. We didn't tell that much of UX, and that became clear whenever today I was coming through this Kalikapur road and I saw that one building named as Shat Pake Badha. I do not know whether you know that one. And I saw one individual with mundan, with a white dress, was coming from that particular building, and I got that one Sat was doing there. And I got the very essence of what UI is and what user experience is. Specifically in front of mine, the UI was Hatpakebada. But I got the experience like that one. So that is the last ritual actually had there. So this is where is the difference between UI and UX. And I'm starting from that. So let's okay. So before that one, I must say that one. See, this is I tried to portray here the design also as well as the UI because this is one HTML5 presentation. I made the PowerPoint slide and I converted that one to HTML5 presentation and I wrote one WordPress plugin just to show that one here. So you can do that one also. So these are the issues that you can integrate there. So UI and the UX, so that I do not require PowerPoint. I do not require any such PowerPoint viewer. All these things, these are running from my own site. That is what, and I uploaded it and it's going on. So virtually this plugin is not complete. So I wanted to make it the whole screen, but basically the problem is with that one. So if you can't see that one, you just tell me. So I'll show that one. Now let's go with the first thing, that is what. Now see, we are coming to this one. That is the first slide of this presentation, and this is known as Norman's door. And Norman, this fellow, you know that one, this individual is the first individual who talked about UX in any such devices or any such, representations. And that is, he started with that one. How many of you have the issues with big hotels and big places where you have the doors, which always have the pull or push, but you usually do reverse? So either you pull or you push or you just slide. And many of the hotels you see, I have a big problem with the lab toilets, which is having the jacuzzi. And I do not know where to put what. And many times I even do not know which switch is actually giving me the hot water and which switch will give me the cold water. And specifically Norman's door is the first time Norman talked about that one. And I'll show you that one. That is what Norman stated. I actually found that one a bit funny. That is what, this is the total actually saying by the Norman. I quoted because I couldn't resist myself to put the whole thing here. Because you see, this is what he says. Yes, I push doors that are meant to be pulled, and pull doors that should be pushed, and walk into the doors that neither pull or push. And then you see, so but slide moreover, I see others having the same troubles. So with these, the Norman doors, so I will rather now showing you that one, why we have the issues of that one. That is, we are always talking about UI, but we are not talking about UX. That is what, user experience. But from the morning, you see, I asked that particular question to Professor Mukherjee. That is why he included 2 buttons there in Koha itself, whenever Koha indigenously not having those buttons. So he did that one either intentionally or non-intentionally, but he was having the high hope that those who will be using that one, those 2 or 3 buttons will be much more important, because these are doing some work. This is not UI, or this is having the UI, but the backend is inviting UX too. That is, he's trying to induce the use of information, and he's triggering you to go with that one. And that's why I told him, are you going to publish that one so everyone should get that one? Because this is meeting our experiences. The way he embedded that thing, that is actually triggering, that enhances the usability of Koha. Right now, you see, many of you are using Koha, but the way you are triggering Koha, the way you are tweaking Koha, if you are tweaking Koha, you are, now why he is doing that one? All of you told about empathy. You know that? So specifically, one empathy-induced librarian, one empathy-used individual having a passion of computing, he will always try to mimic that one in his work, either subtly or rather unconsciously. And most probably, I am not praising that particular lecture. I am taking that lecture as an example that this particular lecture is having that essence of that one. Now, if we go to the specification, that is what? That is Web Content Generation Principle, WCGA prescription. It is saying that one, that is our web content. I'm talking about web content because these are coming with that one, that should have the poor facility. Don't think that one PWR. This is POUR, pure facility. And what is that? Contents must be perceivable, 1P. Content must be observable. Content must be accessible. And fourth one, content must be robust. These are the core principles according to WCGF portion. And whenever we are making any user interface, we have to think about this one as we are going to implement the standard. So that is the importance of, so what we are giving, most of the sites, whenever you are seeing, the sites are having lots of content. Might be they are having robust content, but main problem is that that content may not be perceivable enough. And perceiving that one, that is what is the experience, what you are thinking. And that one is the important one. And now, let's go with the, because I think, so I just want to go for that. Now see, so I'm going with that good design. So what is that? So now again for that one. So that is what good design begins with discoverability and understanding. So again taking off that one because when he's the only fellow who is talking all these things all the time. Viewfind. He was a strong promoter of Viewfind, Professor Mukherjee, because a few days back when I was in IIT, I was seeing that when he was translating the interfaces of Viewfind in Bengali and Hindi by using some tools. So now see why Viewfind. You have Koha, but at the same time you are going for that one. Viewfind. So Viewfind is one thing. So you are integrating more than one package is there, and ultimately you are giving one interface, one window through which you are getting all information together. And specifically a good design. And design is, you know, that when Koha evolved a lot, and now the design of Koha is bearable. But I'm telling you, as one individual or the very user of Koha from the very beginning, I know that on how bad the interface of Koha was. And right now, the Koha has evolved, and now see this evolve. So whenever you are saying someone, right now people are using Koha, one thing is that it's robust, I'm saying you that one, is having the quality, the value, but your experience is something difficult because Koha is having a lot of different things, and if you really want to master Koha, the learning curve is very high. Really, if you want to do that one, because you see, learning curve means I'm saying you, not that tweaking of Koha like that one. All the things that you actually have seen that one he integrated. So that learning curve is very high. So it is not for everyone's one. So you require something a good UI. At the same time, you require something a good understanding of that one. So just let me know that one when I have to finish. So let's go with that one. A simple definition I will tell you that one. This is what UX is what. Because it is not touched. I have seen that one throughout this one. No one told about that one. See, this is a momentary, primarily evaluative feeling, good or bad, while interacting with the product or service. That is what is UX. It's a momentarily, that is what, momentarily, we are saying that one. So more better definitions are there. So obviously, here the core points are user need, behavior, and attitude towards empathy, that is empathetic method. So now what is that user need? How we do that one? So now you see, I'm going back to our basic problem like that one. Why I'm saying that one, there is user needs or like that. You know, most of the times you hear that one, people are not coming to the library. And today also we are very much in doubt whenever one individual stated that one each and every day she is having 500 individuals, 500 readers are coming to our library. Now why? Because you see, we developed our collection based off anticipated demand. We never thought of users first. You started making our collection just considering what we believe to be there in the library. We never thought of what users really want. So whenever you are developing that one from scratch, so something you can actually collect, but you cannot do that one. Eventually, that is for a long time, that is whatever will be there in your library, you will only decide and you won't take the user's one. So that is what is, people are changing, saying that one, there is a changing need. But how we can assess the user need, that is what is the most important thing. And for that one, we require, that is what, the user analysis. And right now you see most of the recommender systems, all other systems, you know that one. So basically the backend log is analyzed. That is how a particular user is using that one, or what is the general tendency of users for issuing the books, And if you have the log, and from that log, you can collect the data, you can curate the data, and you can make something, a kind of recommender system. That is what is right now discovered. Or rather, many of the, right now we have the chatbot agents also. So what I am saying that one, see, so in this case, if you really want to embed user experience, you need to know your user. Otherwise, you won't understand or you won't be able to render that one. That empathy is directly related with knowing the user. And one particular study which is not done in any of the universities, specifically in India, as far as I do not know, that was the ethnographic study of the users. That is what, if you that is how the users are understanding that one, because we talked about language, because we were there, we talked about language. Now see, this ethnography is more or less related with that one, that is the race and ethnicity, we call that one, and that is why you will see that on almost all the classification schedules. You will see the language table, so race table is rather divided according to the language, and nationality is divided according to the country. And that is why the race itself, the ethnography itself is more dependent on language. And if we do not inculcate this one, the users need, you cannot identify what is the real user experience. That is what is the important one. And then, so we have, for human-centric design, we have the one international standard also. I just want to mention that one. This one is ISO 941210, and this is having the 4 different specifications address real users' need. It's not like that you are having a janitor at the book at the janitor and everyone is signing over there and then going to the library and coming back, and here no user is giving any information regarding him or her or his or her demand. And second is intuitive and easy to navigate. That is what is important. That I am trying to highlight. Inclusive, ensuring accessibility to all and continuously evolve of that one. So in this case, you can say that 2 models are there. One is known as waterfall model. Waterfall model means that is what it will start from the beginning and it will go down, and there is a sequence, a kind of linear sequence. You have to complete the whole thing at the show at a single go. But you have another model as the agile model. The model where in each and every step you are evaluating where is the problem, and you are again changing that one, and by this way the agile model is actually coming. So I will show you that one. So a picture is there. So, and this is what is the agile and waterfall model. Now see this one, the first one, you are going with that one, see the downward arrow. So analyze, plan, design, build, test, deploy. This is the model. But while you are going for the agile model, you are going to that one, that is analyze, plan, design, build, test. That is what we are doing almost all the times. So I have seen those who are working with any such thing, that is whenever you are writing. So specifically those who are not writing only with the help of AI, they are always using the agile mode. You are writing something, you are finding that one, there are the faults, you are going again, searching something, you are writing that one. So this model is the most important model for developing a human-centric design. And for that, so I'll show you that one a bit. So let's go for the, yes, this one is the WCAG model that I told you that one earlier. So this one, there is the accessibility. And now, for the now I am showing you some kind of real-time example. Okay. Now see, going to this one, and this is what is the example of something that we can do while we are using the human-centric design, and particularly you see this one, and this is one you see a platform through which you can develop something like, and this one, develop one very good JavaScript is there known as D3. And that D3, that is my Vostok, this individual, he developed this one for generating the visualization based on any kind of data, that is either this is the JSON or rather CSV, or rather even it's having, you can upload the TTL files and other files also. So for developing that one, for showing that one. So now see this D3 and observable is the agency or other organization where you can use that one for getting the embedded one, that is the API. You can generate the content there and you can display the visual with the help of the HTML file. So here, so now see what is a good design and bad design. You see that one. I deliberately did this one. Whenever you are going to the first data array, you will see that one. This array is having the information regarding 140 libraries. So that is 140 records, not libraries, according to the different periods. And specifically, these are the library ID, who are the user, who are the actually, what is the age group, all these things. So I get this one. Why? Not to show you this one, because if you check this one, this particular interface is a cluttered one. Cluttered one means you can see the data here. Itself the data is there, and the years also, I covered this year only. So and that is why this data. But actually what we want to do, so if you have, now see, Koha is having the report module, or most of the softwares are having the report modules. But if you want something more than that, that is a report of that one, so you can use those things or this one. So you can use the any libraries and you can even go with the different individual products. So here I just have only chosen the bar graphs, but you can change this one to any graph you want, and by this way even you can present your library statistics online, library statistics as well as the book information, and you see the and cumulative one is also there, that is the total information regarding the library. So total. Now at the back end, it's not actually accepting my voice anymore. So it's not accepting my voice anymore. Most probably I do not know whether you triggered something here or not. So is it that automatically you are actually going for that? So no. Okay, now. So because I can't use this one because Professor Dr. Sutrikar already complained that one, and he already talked about my length and breadth. That one. That is why it's so funny, one individual who's the invited speaker and who is actually talking about that one, and this kind of body shaming whenever you are going to that one, a kind of body shaming, you are even telling me how to make yourself tall by actually giving some kind of accessories, inviting some kind of accessories. We know libraries are having accessories, but librarians should have accessories. No one told. You were saying that one, this is one kind of user experience, your experience you are showing that to me. I know that one. Yeah, from your experience, I know that one. You can't see me. I know that one very well. But this particular experience led me to go for more UI. So I am showing you control. So there is no such problem with that.
See why I am telling you on behalf of all, on behalf of everyone, on behalf of all the participants, you are the good. Your topic is so important and very exciting. Yes. So when we are talking, we should also eye to eye contact.
I know right now. Not only you already got me. Well, who am I? what I am looking and how I am sounding. Okay, so everyone got that one. So there is no such necessity to reintroduce me after each and every line or every paragraph. So I know that one, how I can introduce myself. So now I am coming back to this one because this was a field. You know that one. I did that one intentionally because I saw that one if people were having a nap and you were actually trying to leave. Don't think that one Professor Sutradhar here is one individual I'm rather accusing him. I was accusing you, and I actually fixed up this individual through which I can actually go to all of you so that none of you can be actually less attentive whenever I am saying. So that is for you. Okay, now see, let's go into the very concept again. Okay, so now, because I know you people lost the thread. So now, so what I did, so we used something, a kind of techniques or rather the tools, and we got that one, some of the present techniques or present, you can say the UI tools, and those UI tools which can give you a better kind of visualization. So now, for that one, you see this space is a very good thing, and you find this can integrate this space, you can visually present that one. Now, many of you are having the issues with that one. So this problem is how we can configure that. That is tinkering that one, tweaking that one. That is always problem because you people are always thinking about that one, how we can make that one customized for that. Now, one easiest thing is that we can use for this one, and that is the user experience also. Many of the individuals who are using CMS, and for the CMS, WordPress, that one is the most important, or rather you can say the most familiar word for actually CMS. Now, how if we try to embed our other software within that WordPress, how it would be like that? So I had to develop again another plugin, that is how I can connect this space via some API, and I can display the result to my user so that the experience of WordPress is very known to him or her, because WordPress is having a lot of themes, colors, XYZ. And if you have to do anything, you just have to change that one in the surface level. And if we do that one, so then we have this thing, you see. So now here you see, that is what is the data, space data, that is being loaded. At the back end, what I did, that is I used the API call. Now see, for this specific, this is the same example. Don't think that when all the repositories can be accessed. Because this one is that at the back end, if you provide that one, that is the API, so it will obviously, the REST API, if you go give that one, so it will actually give you the total sets along with that one, which particular set you want to retrieve, and once you will give that one, so you will have that one on your front end, and ultimately you can go to that. Now just you see this one thing, and you can directly land to that particular site from this place. So this is how you see. So you are going from one window, one repository, and you are jumping to the other, so that this is how you can embed something there, Because now what is empathy? Empathy means what? You cannot judge what empathy is. Only thing is that you can say something like that is, I am giving that one to you as easy as possible, as I am thinking. You just provide me the feedback how you are actually seeing that one. So if you can get that one, so if you then again after taking the decision, if you recast your designing all these things, then only I can go for that one that is ensuring the empathy. Otherwise, there is hardly any chance for ensuring empathy because empathy is concept, empathy is understood, empathy is felt, empathy cannot be quantified, empathy cannot be reflected with some finite rules. And that is what is the main issue with the human experience, or user experiences. So I'm rather now going back to my presentation, and that is what I'm going to complete that one here. So now let's go to the end part. So they talked about storytelling. So now, where is that one? So challenges of human-centric US. So I know that one again I'm saying you, it's not that we are trying to divide ourselves with automation or technology like that. This is what is the balancing of that one. How much human touch, how much involvement, and how much machine actual integration should be balanced or should be made. And this is what the resource limitation, we have that one. So we talked about that one, resource limitation. We have that thing. And technical constraint, resource limitation you know very well because in the very beginning he told you about colon classification and he took that one in INP, but believe me, you have a very big organization, national organization, or rather UGC institution like InfliPnet, and which is having all data there, but they are not giving you anything like any REST API, nor they are giving you PMH access, nothing is there. You cannot download anything, even the InCAD, you have to download each and every mark record individually just to make a tool. So how you can develop a robust system if you do not have the data, and almost all the times you have to depend on Europeana, you have to depend on something like British Library, you have to depend on OpenAlex, you have to depend on that one. So you, being one individual of India, a citizen of India, so you cannot even access the data down that is available in the Indian context, and you cannot make a very good study on India. And that's why almost all the times whenever we show you anything, and that is always we are showing by giving you the data or by analyzing the foreign data, and we are representing that one. And that is what is the countering impact of us, as we cannot represent what should be, and we are representing what should not be, or rather what should be in a cumulative way, in an assembled way, and we are rather living with something in the technology, but without having the ingredients that is really important for rendering the technology. Thank you very much.
You have a slide that says bridging the digital divide. Can you show that slide? Is it in your digital divide? There is a slide.
Yeah, I have that.
Anything to do with this? Can you
Now see, digital divide, that particular question was asked here. Specifically, I think she also asked that one, that very concept, when we talked about, he talked about digital storytelling, and he raised that very question, that is digital storytelling. Before digital storytelling, we had storytelling, and right now you are saying digital storytelling. So once you are actually taking something in digital parlance, the main problem is that you have to have the gadget, you have to have the connectivity, and these are the basic requirements for assessing that data, and that is what is important. And in that context, Whenever we are talking about the UC, for library and information science perspective, our global face is our library website. Global face. Because whenever anyone is not physically, anyone cannot come physically to my library, this is the library website through which they visit the library. And that is where we require to be very much. Now, you can say that one, that is yes, digital divide is there. One individual who is not having the internet connectivity, who is not having anything, they cannot see your global face. It's not possible. They have to come. They have to come to the library. Okay, so that is divide is obviously existing, and the experience also. So one thing is that we talked about a lot of things like neo-literacy. I'm making that one. Digital literacy was talked a lot, but is it really possible to digitally literate everyone in India? At least with these circumstances where we are living. So this is something we are talking about. Something happening. So this is all. So with this one, we can continue. So thank you very much. If you have any other questions, you can ask at me. So thank you very much.
কাউন্সিলিং হচ্ছে হ্যাঁ দেখবে হ্যাঁ
Example of index and AY.
Thank you, Professor Satoshi. We have 5 papers more, so let us see how the presenter here. Dr. Sohini Gupta. Oh yes, good. First one. Second one, Dr. Swapun Khan. Oh, okay. Thank you. Third one, Gautam Dinda. Oh, Dinda. Okay. Third one. Fourth one, Ditu Mia. Yes. And fifth, Jaya Sharma. Oh, good. 5 papers. So, 5 minutes each. Okay. So, you just don't read one by one, just give the objective of the paper, methodology adopted, what are the findings, data analysis finding. 4 activities. Okay. Then you can read up to 5 minutes. Otherwise, you won't take. Okay, thank you. Yes, I invite the first presenter. Yes. Digital inclusion and social justice, reaching the otherist, Dr. Sohini Gupta.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Dr. Sohini Gupta, librarian of the Sheikh Amina Jadavpur College, Kolkata. Today, I am presenting digital inclusion as social justice, reaching the unreached.
In today's world, access to technology is not luxury but a necessity. Yet millions remain digitally excluded, especially in rural and marginalized communities. This presentation explores how libraries can play a transformative role in bridging this digital divide and promoting social justice. In the digital age, access to technology determines access to education, healthcare, and employment. However, larger section of society, especially in rural India, still lack this access. Libraries as public and community institutions can act as digital gateways, providing connectivity, resources, and training to marginalized populations. What does digital inclusion means? The concept of digital inclusion means equitable access to technology, internet, and digital skills. It ensures everyone, irrespective of their socio-economic status, can participate fully in education, employment, governance, and daily life. It is not just only about the devices, but about the empowerment through technology. The research objectives is mainly my research objectives are like this: examine libraries' role in bridging the digital divide, providing free access to provide the link digital inclusion with social justice and equity, to explore the library-based digital inclusion models and identify the challenges and opportunities. Now, digital inclusion is a moral responsibility. It is not about a charity, it is a human right. Libraries have a moral duty to ensure that everyone can participate in the digital world. This aligns with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, particularly the goal of leaving no one behind. Libraries as digital hubs can contribute in multiple ways, providing free access to computers and internet. It can conduct digital literacy programs to teach users how to navigate the web safely. It can offer inclusive services such as screen readers or braille displays, or it can engage communities through awareness drives and advocacy for digital rights. In our India, some inspiring examples are there for these digital inclusion initiatives. One is Delhi Public Library, which offers digital corners, which has free internet and computer access in multiple branches, digital literacy program for rural populations, and targeted training for women and youth. Another one case study is Kerala, that is Kerala Library Network, which has statewide digital network over 2,000 libraries across the Kerala for resource sharing, access to digital resources and e-governance, community-driven sustainable approach. Another one is Anna Century Library in Chennai, which have equipped with assistive technologies, accessibility excellence they have for differently able users, promoting inclusive access. It has also model for inclusive digital spaces. This is a framework for libraries which should be people-first digital hubs. Though along with these progresses, several challenges are there. Those are funding and resource constraint, over-dependence on private platforms, data privacy and corporate control concerns, limited investment in technology and training, cultural sensitivity and local adaptation needs, digital literacy barriers in underprivileged groups, need for multilingual accessible programs, and sustainability of digital inclusion initiatives. Still, there are some opportunities for growth, which are community-led co-creation models, public-private partnership for resources, open source technology adoption and integration with national digital initiatives. Some recommendations are there that library can transform themselves into people-first digital hubs, sustainable funding through multi-sector collaboration, user-centered, culturally sensitive programs, promote open source solutions for transparency. A digital inclusion
Through the digital inclusion, library supports quality education, reduce inequalities, and decent work and economic growth. In conclusion, I can say that libraries must evolve beyond books to serve people. Digital inclusion is a moral imperative, not charity. Indian case studies demonstrate transparent informative potential and multi-sector collaboration are essential for successful implementation of digital inclusion. Ultimately, the digital inclusion is social justice in action. It ensures everyone has the opportunity to participate in and benefit from the digital world. Thank you.
Any question from audience? No. Yes. Second paper is prohibited AI practices, role of acts and laws with special reference to Artificial Intelligence Act of the European Union. That's okay. Now I invite Dr. Pranovi Porel. Yes. She's a librarian, Ravindra Mahavidyalaya, Chapadaga, Routine.
Good afternoon, all of you. Artificial intelligence is the forefront of modern technology, changing many facets of our daily life. Artificial intelligence is a technology that enables computers and machines to stimulate human learning, comprehensive problem solving, decision making, creativity, and autonomy. In November 2021, UNESCO releases the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, the first ever worldwide guideline on AI ethics, which is to all in 194 member states. There is the four core values of this recommendation: human rights and human dignity, living in peaceful, ensuring diversity and inclusiveness, environment and ecosystem. My article is prohibited AI practice, role of act and laws with special reference to the Artificial Intelligence Act 2024 on the European Union. In general, prohibited AI practice refers to an application of advancement of AI in ways deemed immoral, risky, unlawful, and determining to people, communities, or democratic institutions. The European Union AI Act prohibits certain use of artificial intelligence. This includes AI systems that manipulate people decisions or exploit their vulnerabilities. System and evaluate or classify people based on their social behavior or personal traits, or system that predict a person's risk or committing a crime. Objectives of my studies to find out various areas of unethical practice using AI, to highlight prohibited practice mentioned in Act and laws in different countries, to know the prohibited practice described in European Union AI Act, to explore various recommendations proposed by international organizations and institutions. Regulation on AI practices. The artificial intelligence of European Union is commonly regulated as legal framework for AI within the European Union. It came on the force on 1st of August 2024. Article 4 prohibited AI practice, the guideline regarding the implementation
The highlights of Article 5, there are 5 sections. Number 1, harm, manipulation, depiction or exploitation. Next, harmful exploitation of vulnerability, social scoring, individual risk assessment and prediction of criminal offense, emotional recognition in the workplace or education, then biometric categorization or to infer sensitive characteristics. Recommendation of this artificial intelligence present the major ethical, legal or societal risks including bias, privacy, violation, manipulation or discrimination. Over 25 countries worldwide have adopted national AI strategies showing rapid global movement and toward AI governance. Recommendation emphasizes transparency, explainability, privacy protection, continuous monitoring, internal AI governance and mechanism. Conclusion. Artificial intelligence application carries significant concerns such as compromising democratic processes, privacy, reducing autonomy. Therefore, to outlay or strictly restrict these determinant applications, strong legal frameworks, model standard, and international collaboration and necessary. It is essential to recognize or enforce prohibited AI behaviors to generate that AI technologies are created and applied in a manner that preserve democratic principles, safety and human rights. Prohibited AI application carry serious risks such as compromising democratic processes, encroaching confidentiality, causing discrimination and reducing freedom. The prohibiting specific AI techniques into appropriately guided innovation rather than stick by establishing and uploading these restrictions, we can make sure that AI technologies safeguard fundamental rights, advance public welfare, and promote confidential in AI systems. Thank you.
Nice presentation, very good paper. Any questions? Okay. Third paper is evaluating web accessibility in West Bengal selected state universities. A web accessibility evaluation tool-based assessment by Gautam Linda. Yes, he research scholar, Department of Library and Science, Ravindra Bharati University. Please.
Good evening all. Myself Gautam Linda, research scholar, Department of Library and Science, Ravindra Bharati University. I am preparing this paper with the help of my supervisor, Dr. Jadavpur. My paper entitled Evaluating Web Accessibility in West Bengal State Universities, a web tool-based assessment. Basically, what is web? Web is a free web accessibility evaluation tool that identifies ways to make a web page more accessible to people with disabilities. Normally, web tool means web tools can assist the web page, but the backward part of the website as technical report object. Backward part of the website, which means technical part of the website. That is the web findings. Web findings basically told about the two types of findings. Two types of views. One icon views. Second is parent views. Icon views categories in 6 categories. Parent views categories into 4 categories. These are the web audit page. I call it web audit. Basically, audit means the systematic examinations of the financial reports of an individual agency. Now, I call it web audit. Means web can assist the technical parts, technical reports of an individual website. This is the basic objectives of the study. Web can assist the web content accessibility guidelines 2.2, 2.1, I can say 2.1, but here is the 2.2023, 2.2 guidelines that came out. The second one, identify the accessibility flaws of the individual website, evaluate inclusive features of the individual website, compare accessibility performance of the selected state universities. Here is the methodology. Basically, I can say it's a quantitative tool-based approach when you can catch the domain of the individual websites and put in the web domain page, and the result came out with errors, contrast errors, alert errors, structural features errors. Here is the my data. Web audit data first says that most of the universities included in their website the some flaws alert in the contrast error like this. Diamond Harbour State Women University is a 312 with a flaws error, and the University of Kolkata is a 512 is the flaws error. This type of the inclusive features alerts of the website designs of the West Bengal State Universities. Similarly, Diamond Harbour State University, Kolkata University, Netaji Subhash Open University, some of the inclusive features alerts. There is a some page I can show you the some of the audits. Jadavpur University page have the contrast errors. Second, Ravindra University is the flaws alert. Third, West Bengal State University is the contrast issue alert. Next, Netaji Subhash Open University is the area issues. Area issues means the accessibility risk of internet application in the backward part of the website. There is the impact for specially challenged students. When a specially challenged, visually challenged student visit an individual website, he or she hard to use the navigation of the websites and can't get their need information. They fall behind the studies and they feel that I filled out on the website. Implication for specially challenged students, they are hard to use, they can't get information, they fall behind in studies, they left out from the websites, and it is against the Right to Persons of Disabilities Act 2016. That is my conclusion. The findings of this study have critical implications for specially challenged students, particularly those with visually impairments, cognitive difficulties, or motor disabilities. Websites with a high number of contrast errors, structural flaws, and area implementation issues, as seen in universities like Goldbanga University, Panchan Verma University, Netaji Subhash Open University, create significant accessibility barriers. Poor contrast can make text unreadable for students with low vision, faculty, structural markup, hinders, navigation for screen reader users. In fact, area issues which can provide the access to dynamic content as higher education increasingly shift to digital platforms, increasable websites, including disabled students from vital academic information, application procedures, course materials, and support services. Thank you.
Any question? Now it's more paper. Immediate library in digital commons with thinking, knowledge sharing, collaboration, and access by Ditu Ujia. Okay. He's research scholar of DLIA, Jadavpur University, Kolkata. Is it your research topic? No.
Good evening, all of you. I would like to present my paper on the topic of embedded library in digital commons, rethinking knowledge sharing, collaboration, and access. This is the statement of the problem. These are the research questions. The objective are to identify the benefits of organization can gain from the embedded libraries. The key components of the concept are active cooperation, discoverability and metadata, outreach and training. Next, digital commons. Why? Digital commons refer to things, a concept of shared digital resource like Wikipedia or open source software. Second, a specific commercial platform for institutional repositories called digital commons. This is the difference between subject librarian versus embedded expert librarian. Next, knowledge sharing. The key point of knowledge sharing are discoverability and metadata, open access, advocacy, information and supplemental material. Next, collaboration. Highlights researcher and faculty, curriculum and instruction, repository governance. Next, access. Highlights these 4 key points: open access to digital commons, accessibility features, linguistic and disciplinary diversity, user support and literacy. Benefits are enhanced knowledge sharing, improved collaboration, greater access. Some challenges and barriers are resource constraint, institutional buy-in, lack of infrastructure or technical restrictions. Some recommendations are early engagement, training and capacity building, workflow integration, policies and incentives. Conclusion.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the last fifth one, designing for discovery, leveraging cognitive biases to enhance digital library navigation by Joy Sharma, no? Good. She is research scholar, Department of Library Information Science, Jadavpur University, Kolkata, and Professor Sudha Garcha.
Good evening, my respected teachers, honorable dignitaries, and my fellow participants. I am delighted to share my presentation with you on the topic designing for discovery, leveraging cognitive bias to enhance digital library navigation. In an increasingly digital environment, individuals spend much of their time interacting with screen-based interfaces. Every interface shapes behavior intentionally or unintentionally. The layout of a dashboard, the wording of a button, the color of a label, these elements subtly influence decisions, often without users even realizing it. People tend to rely on familiar patterns, default options, and cues that feel urgent or intuitive. Modern interfaces incorporate these elements to guide behavior, mindfully designed around the cognitive biases that shape how people perceive and act. Cognitive biases are systematic deviations from optimal design that influence how we find, evaluate, and remember information. These are often a result of our brain's attempt to simplify information processing, since attention is a limited resource. The overload of information on digital platforms can make it hard for users to process all relevant data, often leading them to rely on quick, automated decision-making strategies that induce biases in their decisions. Now, as Shopji said, we mentioned that good content alone isn't enough. It has to be perceived as well. So, aligning bias with our design strategies, digital libraries involve aligning interface elements with user expectations. Navigation architecture should be structured based on users' mental models to ensure intuitive access to information. The interface needs to be designed in a way that allows users to be subtly nudged in their decision making. Nudges, which involve altering how choices are presented, make use of cognitive biases to guide users toward decisions that align with their own best interests. Rather than forcing a particular action, these design elements shape the decision environment to support better outcomes with small strategic adjustments. In the following slides, I will discuss some of the biases that can be addressed through design strategies to harness their benefits. The The first one is the familiarity bias. Users generally prefer familiar interfaces, content types, or features. So interface elements can be designed to resemble widely used tools, familiar terminology, and layouts can be detailed. This would increase ease of use, reduce learning curve, and cognitive load. The second one is position bias. Users pay more attention to items at the top of list. Therefore, high quality, diverse, or underrepresented resources can be placed in top results. Top peaks can be rotated periodically. This would improve visibility of important but overlooked content. Users seek information confirming their beliefs. So prompts like exploring opposing views can be provided. Counterpoints can be subtly introduced through suggestions. This would encourage deeper, more critical engagement with content and avoid filter bubbles. And the last is endowment effect. Users overvalue what they already possess or have saved. Therefore, features allowing bookmark or collection creation can be enabled to promote a sense of ownership. Options for customizing user profiles and interfaces can be provided. This would increase engagement and return use by enhancing ownership feeling. Now here I have discussed only 4. For more details, you can follow my article that's in the conference proceeding where I have discussed about 16 such biases that can be addressed. Now, while these strategies can improve usability and resource discovery, they also require thoughtful attention to transparency, fairness, and user control. Using cognitive biases to guide users can improve digital library navigation, but there is a fine line between guidance and manipulation. Ethical design should aim to support users, not control them. Designers must ensure that bias-based interventions align with the library's role as a neutral and trustworthy information provider. Designs should respect user autonomy by being transparent about how and why certain features are used. For instance, if recommendations are based on past behavior or popularity, this should be clearly explained. Providing options such as filters or alternative views help users stay in control of their search process. Users should be supported, not steered by design. Cognitive biases shape user behavior in human-computer interaction. When interface designers account for these biases, they can develop systems that are more user-friendly, supportive, and effective. Understanding and leveraging cognitive biases can enhance digital library navigation by aligning design with the inherent patterns of human information behavior. By thoughtfully incorporating biases into interface design, digital libraries can reduce cognitive overload, improve user engagement, and promote nonlinear discoveries. That's all from my side. Thank you.
I think we are going to timely finish this session. A very good interaction. First, Professor Saptoshi presented very good because without user perception, what the user needs, without user requirement, we can solve the problem. We have to understand what are the requirement of the users. Maybe online, offline, and for that purpose, human touch is needed because you know personally better. Some of the interaction, a cup of tea or someone. So it is needed user interaction. That's something the modern system how can use. It's very good. And I found Professor Saptoshi, we as a librarian service with his mind, but the teacher teach with his mind. Or the smiling face. Yes. And 5 papers are really good. The attempted is very good. One is the third one, which is my mark, is called analysis of the waves different selected university waves. You know, you see the website website is good information, everything you can collect more information from outside, but they are not regularly updating. Once the data uploaded in the things, from 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, they forgotten whatever things. So these are the website is very good, useful if the regularly updating. New information is there. I thought it is very big thing. Because of my experience, one of my research paper earlier, so the world level, the 7 or 8 institutions of building science, when I compiled in the 3 months and check the again data, see the data changed. How they frequently change the website data. So you see the things, what about the things. And another is the paper, yes, of course, prohibited AI practices. Of course, the European Union law. But okay, but now really it is implemented. What React past, nobody can. So you see everywhere now AI. You go the medical science, if you go the our field, anywhere, business field, now AI everywhere. Because ultimately AI everywhere is not a big thing. You know, nothing. Whatever the things you know, the history, university science, history of computer science, generation 1, generation 2, generation 3, generation 4, 5, like that. Because it is big data, you can analyze. It's a capacity of things, you know. So it is increasing, it is super big data. And something natural language processing, all these things. Because you can evaluate the large number of data in AI. So the human touch is needed. Because if you handle the large scale data, but whatever you need actual data. So it is called the Google's librarian, you know the actual librarian. So within a second, 100 thousands of the information. But you see the not a single article is there not useful. So the things is that technology is very helpful. We are always ready. We are always implemented everything. Data conversion to this what is called institutional repository to the everything high technology, e-resource examples now the AI. We are implementing advice, no doubt. But you see, actual thing or thing, our users. We implement everything. Users come to the library, just self-help. But don't know how to use. What is self-help? Ultimately, we have. So the big things, if you are not, so we are ready for help. So, human task is needed. Thank you for my.
Thank you once more, Dr. Satpathy, for being with me in this session. আমি একটু ইংরেজি বলতে পারি, বাট আমি বাংলাতেই বলবো। সো আমরা যখন স্টুডেন্ট ছিলাম, এরকম সেমিনারে প্রেজেন্ট করতাম, তখন দেখেছি যে জিভটা রোল করতো না ভালো করে, কেমন যেন শুকিয়ে আসতো, ভেতর দিকে চলে যেত, পা গুলো কাঁপতো। কিন্তু আজকে যখন এদের প্রেজেন্টেশন দেখছি স্টুডেন্টসদের, ইট ইজ রিয়েলি mesmerizing. It's really good. So you deserve a round of applause. Professor Ghosh, as usual, mesmerized the audience with his great talk, where he talked about, if I am not wrong, human interfaces and digital interface, a combination. Also, he wanted to show us or showed us different models on his presentation. So he talked about social justice and what role librarians play. That is great. It is very, I was really, when I saw the title, it is something really good, that social justice you talked about, and challenges, opportunities, those are very important things. Then Pranavi talked about, that is something interesting, prohibited AI projects. আমি বুঝতে পারি না, প্রফেসর আপনাদেরকে সমস্ত গ্র্যাটিটিউড জানিয়ে বলছি, যখন আমাদেরকে ইন্টারনেট দেওয়া হয়েছে, বসে কপি করা যাবে না, গেল কপি করবো না, ছেড়ে দিলাম, তারপরে বলছে এআই দেওয়া হয়েছে। আমি তো খুব খুশি হয়েছিলাম, এবার কপি পেস্ট করা যাবে। এবার দেখছি কপি পেস্ট করতে দেবে না, হঠাৎ করে আবার এআইটাও নিয়ে চলে এসছে, বলছে প্লেজারিজমের মধ্যে ঢোকাও, 10% বেশি হলেই তোমাকে ধরা হবে। तो क्यों भाई देते हो ये इंटरनेट और या ज्यादा कॉपी पेस्ट कर नहीं सकते? Anyhow, joke apart, I am not saying that you copy and paste, but restriction is too high. She was mentioning about prohibit AI and the role of EU for prohibiting AI. Both of them talked about web accessibility and mentioning different universities. I was a bit worried when she was mentioning about West Bengal State University because I look after that website. So I have seen and noted down some lacuna what he mentioned. Did you mention about knowledge sharing, collaboration, and embedded librarianship? That is the talk of the day. And Joya Sharma, designing, discovering user interfaces, different bias, respects, and autonomy. এই ছিল আজকের সেমিনার। So thank you once again more for attending such a big number still. But again, I will say my personal thing. See, professors when we teach or they teach students, and when you go to the practice as a librarian, there is a huge difference. Huge difference. We learn so many things, digitization, AI, and whatnot. I heard AI, I think 1994. Yadip Prasad used to talk about AI in 1994. And now AI is very much in our field. So the interface, human interface, I will again say, is very important, and that's what I like the topic of this seminar. I'll give my personal experience as librarian in different places. You'll be surprised at what kind of query we face and what kind of answer we have to be ready with that. When I was working in Chandigarh British Council, Sardarji came to me and said, Mr. Librarian or Mr. Banerjee, I have a question and doubt. I want you to clear this doubt. What is the doubt? সে বলছে ইন্ডিয়াতে ইউকে থেকে একটি ছেলে আর একটি মেয়ে আসবে। আমি গল্প শোনাচ্ছি না, দিস ইজ দ্য ফ্যাক্ট। আরো কত যে ফ্যাক্ট আছে আমরা লাইব্রেরিয়ানরা ফেস করি, যারা লাইব্রেরি প্রফেশনে আছে। আমি তো বুড়ো হয়ে গেলাম, 30-35 বছর হয়ে গেল লাইব্রেরি ফিল্ডে। এবার তারা এসে একটা ভালো হোটেলে এখানে উঠবে, মোটামুটি ভালো। তারা বিয়ে করেনি, আনম্যারিড। এইবার আপনাকে দেখতে হবে তারা যদি একটা রুমে থাকে যাতে তারা হ্যারাসড না হয়। Can you please give me a note on this, the guarantee on this? How can a library manager gives a guarantee that they will be in a room and they will not be harassed? Okay, I told him, which hotel is this? He mentioned the best name hotel, named Mount View. So Mount View সাথে আমার রেগুলার যোগাযোগ ছিল। আমি ফোন করলাম, এর একটা ছেলে মেয়ে আসবে, তারা ওখানে থাকবে, তারা যাতে ঠিকঠাক থাকতে পারে সেটা দেখতে হবে। তো এই পর্যন্ত আমরা লাইব্রেরিয়ানরা করে থাকি। এবার আমার এই লেটেস্ট চাকরির একটা উদাহরণ দিতেই হবে, যে আমাদের পাবলিক রিলেশনস স্কিল, আমাদের ধৈর্য, পেশেন্স কত দূর থাকতে হয়। ডিজিটাইজেশন শুনলাম, কিছুটা হয়তো আমিও জানি, একদম জানি না তা না, কারণ লাইব্রেরি করে খেতে তো হয়, চাকরি তো করতে হয়। তো আমার কাছে দুটি মেয়ে এসছে আমার এই লাইব্রেরিতে, দুই ছাত্রী আমাদের। কিছুক্ষণ কথা বলার পর আমি বুঝতে পারছি একজন ছাত্রী সে আমার সাথে পার্সোনাল কিছু কথা বলতে চায়। আমি বললাম, তোমার কিছু পার্সোনাল বলবার আছে? সে বললো, হ্যাঁ স্যার। এটা আমি শোনাই আমাদের ছাত্রীদেরকেও শোনাই, ওরা মুখে হাসছে কেউ কেউ। তখন আরেকটি ছাত্রী ছিল, সে বেরিয়ে গেল। এবার সেই ছাত্রীটি, I was not ready to the bomb that was coming to me. She said, স্যার, ওই ডিপার্টমেন্টে একজন ইয়াং প্রফেসর জয়েন করেছেন, আপনি কি জানেন ওই প্রফেসর ম্যারিড না আনম্যারিড? Tell me, I am a librarian, man. not to know who has joined and whether he has married or unmarried. আমি বলছি এই কারণে এই যে এত আমরা আলোচনা করছি বহু আপ লেভেলে, কিন্তু গ্রাউন্ডে আমাদের এই ধরনের কোশ্চেন ফেস করতে হয়। এবার মেয়েটিকে যদি আমি বলতাম এই বেরিয়ে যান, that is one solution. Another solution to give her a solution. What I did, আমি আমার ফোনের ওই যে ওটাকে কি বলে যেটা শুনতে পারে আরেকজন, লাউড স্পিকারে দিয়ে দিলাম। এবার যেই ডিপার্টমেন্টের কথা বলছি আমি সেই ডিপার্টমেন্টের হেডকে ফোন করলাম। মেয়েটি শুনতে পাচ্ছে সামনে বসে, আমার ছাত্রী। কোন ডিপার্টমেন্টের আমি ডিপার্টমেন্ট বলবো না, কোন ডিপার্টমেন্টের প্রফেসর সেটাও বলবো না। এবার সে শুনতে পাচ্ছে, আমি ওই দিদিকে ফোন করলাম, দিদি আমার কাছে এই ডিপার্টমেন্টের একজন ছাত্রী এসেছে, সে জানতে চাইছে তোমাদের ওখানে একজন ইয়াং প্রফেসর জয়েন করেছে, সে বিবাহিত কিনা। উল্টো দিক থেকে ফোনে আমাকে দিদি বললো কেন রে? আমি বললাম তোকে তো বললাম কেন, জানতে চাইছে। তখন দিদি বললেন দেখ আমাকে তো বিয়ের কার্ড দেয়নি, আমি বলতে পারবো না। সো মেয়েটি শুনলো, শুনিয়ে দিলাম, খুশি মনে বাইরে চলে গেল। তারপরে তার প্রফেসরের সাথে যোগাযোগ হয়েছে কি হয়নি আমি জানি না। With this story I want to end my this session, not a story, fact. And যারা বার্ডিং লাইব্রেরিয়ান তাদের প্রত্যেককে এই ধরনের প্রশ্নের মুখোমুখি হতে হবে। আমাদের প্রফেসররা এটা শেখাবেন না যে তোমার কাছে একটি ছাত্রী জানতে চাইবে কিনা তার প্রফেসরের বিয়ে হয়েছে কিনা, বাট be ready for this kind of questions which we face always. আরো কত কিছু যে ফেস করতে হয় সেটা পাবলিক ফোরামে বলা যাবে না, but that is the life of a librarian in today's society. Thank you so very much once again.
Thank you, sir. We are grateful to Dr. Banerjee sir and Dr. Senapati sir for nicely handling the session, and Professor Ghosh for the insightful lecture. And last but not the least, our prepared presenters for their nice presentations. So now we are going to conclude our today's program. Tomorrow is the second day as well as the last day of our international seminar. Tomorrow the program will be started at 10:30 a.m. sir in the morning at the same place. Thank you.